I welcome the panelists to articulate what is on this program. I will be playing the role of an MC just to moderate, and that's all. When it comes to question time, please ask. Ask. If you can't ask, if you are doing a project and you are just thinking, scratching your head, which journalist will I talk to? These are God sent. Catch them outside the door, catch them before they jump into their vehicles, catch them anyway. Be bold, don't be afraid. They are here for you. They have dedicated their time to be here for us. I'm grateful to our prof, the dean, that has kept shine and involvement. The good thing in Daystar is that if you are coming from the industry to teach here, you continue being close to the same industry. Shine and involvement give us one leg in the industry and one leg in academia. That is the privilege we have here in Daystar University. Thank you. So straight away, I will go to panelists, and whoever has very little time, maybe will pick it first. Will that be okay?
Well, I already have the microphone, so. So would you like us to just say something briefly then? Okay, so I'm going to speak briefly about, I was kind of hoping to be prompted, but because we have a topic in front of us, which is the future of print journalism in the age of AI. I think the framing of that suggests that something has happened to print, and here I would imagine what has been called print journalism as a result of the advent of this thing that we're calling the age of AI. And I want to look at it in the wider context of what some people have called the disruption that has happened in the media space more generally. And disruption, again, only if you're of a certain age, because for younger people, there really isn't a disruption because there is a generation, and I think a majority of the people in the room would fall in that category, that have never known a world without the internet, because the internet has been the big game changer that has then brought about this question of what then is the future of journalism as we have known it all these years in the age of the internet. Now, that question can best be answered when one looks at, first of all, the business of media. One can also look at the way that information used to be disseminated and how that has changed in the last several years. I think I would say 2 decades. So the advent of the internet brought about a change in behavior of how people consume content. When I was growing up, I grew up on the shores of Lake Victoria, and the only means of communication in terms of mass media was the radio. So we would listen to the radio, and that time there were all these signals that would come from distant parts of the world. There was, I think that was at the height of the Cold War. So there were all these radio Peking, and it was called Radio Urusi, VOA, Deutsche Welle, BBC, all of these things. And they used to come, and you had this radio, and you had to pull the aerial so that you could get a good signal. And then we, later in life, you get to places where you could see a television, and then there was a newspaper somewhere as well. Now, when the internet came, it meant, therefore, that people could consume the content differently. That you would go to the internet, this wide space which gave you access to the rest of the world. And so suddenly, because the media, for example, because we are talking about print, the business of print was very simple, that there was a newspaper that was done every day. It was taken to the streets and people bought it. And because we could tell how many people had bought it, we could estimate how many people had read it, and based on that, we could charge someone and say, if you're going to put your ad of a quarter page here, it's going to cost you this much because this is the number of people that you're reaching. So the internet comes around, and suddenly there is a lot of information that is sort of freely available as long as you can get to the internet. So that means that the need to go to the streets to pick a newspaper reduced dramatically. So most newspaper companies around the world would tell you then that resulted in a dip in newspaper circulation. So at that level of the business, then it caused a disruption in the sense that people now began to consume content differently, and that had an impact on the business side of media. But on the journalism side, another issue then arises. If there is so much information out there, what then is the value of journalism? Because whereas there is so much out there, but how much of that is subject to a set criteria, a set code of conduct, a set method of gathering information? Because then that would determine the credibility of what you get. So then suddenly we have all this information and it is not all verifiable, and therefore the question begins to arise, what is true, what is not? And so many people have looked at that disruption from the perspective of making journalism irrelevant, but I think that more and more we are seeing that people are gravitating towards credible sources of information. So yes, there has been a massive disruption of all those ways in which people consumed media, but there is still a bright spot, and I'll speak about it in a minute. Then the mobile phone came about, and this one then meant that people had access to personalized information. I mean, all of us in this room have phones, and everybody is doing a different thing with their phone. In other words, the way that people would sit around a television set or around a newspaper in those market centers where people would gather around a newspaper and some clever guy would be telling them what page 8 actually means, we have a different experience now. So somebody will be here and trying to Google something that I have said. The other person will be there talking to the grandmother who is in Australia. Another person will be somewhere laughing with a friend who is seated next to them. All kinds of things will be happening here, and we are all on our phones. So that experience of mass media then is challenged in that manner, that there isn't many spaces where there is the same information going to a number of people at the same time. So I want to make this brief because I know there will be a discussion. So the mobile phone then creates that dynamic. But then in the last several years, I would say 3, maybe going to 5, we have seen the rise of AI. Now, AI as a concept is very old. Some people say as old as, since the 1950s. When I was in college 20-something years ago, I had a roommate who was actually studying artificial intelligence at the time. But what has made this even more interesting is what we call generative AI, which is something that allows people to in a sense, it generates information for people. In other words, you can give it a prompt, then, ask it anything, and then you create for you something. It can write for you something, and all of those things. And that has come with its own dangers. So for newsrooms, what is the approach of AI? The attitude, first of all, is that this AI thing is artificial. That means, therefore, how would you vouch for it and say, oh yeah, it was done by some artificial thing? How am I going to believe in it? So whereas it has huge capabilities in helping in certain ways, the bottom line for us, for example, is that there has to be a human being that gives oversight. Some people have likened AI to a very clever intern But then who still has to be guided? Like, yeah, that thing you did is very clever, but you know you missed out on this and the other thing. And so if you just left it in the hands of this person who does not have the full context, then you miss out some things. So AI for us is a tool that can help to make certain processes efficient, but it is not a tool for us to generate stories because it has the capability of fabricating stories. They call it hallucination, so it hallucinates a lot, so it can give you a lot of errors, so much so that now they have a disclaimer. When you go to ChatGPT, down there they will say, ChatGPT is capable of making errors, so please verify important information. And what could be more important than what we do, where we give you information on whose basis you can make a decision whether to pass through town or not because there's a riot or whatever. So those are important decisions that people make on the basis of information they have. So for us, we say we use AI for certain tasks, but it is not used to generate content. So for example, one of the use cases would be where there's a big data set that you need to look at. As a human being, you look at it for maybe even a whole year, and AI can maybe whittle it down or identify the specific places where what you're looking for is, so that you can go as a journalist and look in those specific places. Case in point was, for example, if you're looking at, say, huge chunks of video, say maybe video, 10,000 hours of video, and there's a specific thing you're looking for, maybe people who are involved in hate speech or whatever. So AI can help you identify at the 100th minute, there is this person who is speaking, at the 205th minute, at this and the other. And then you can go to those very specific places and check what these people are saying and still be able to do journalism out of it. So there is a whole ethical framework that we have had to come up with to guide how AI is then deployed. So in summary, is to say that print journalism, or what it used to be called, has changed dramatically. It has changed in the sense that the number of people who read newspapers has reduced, the audiences have changed, the technology that is used to deliver it has changed. And so what is happening is that print technology is changing. How you actually do the newspaper has changed, but also how the news is gathered and how it is delivered. So newspapers no longer operate as just print operations. A lot of newspapers have a digital version that then helps to extend the legacy of those newspapers in the digital space, which is a new realm which has more users increasingly. And so the newspaper business has changed, but the core of what journalists have always done has not changed. That is why, even in the age of AI, then the newspapers become a good place where people can still go to check for information that is verified. So I will just say technology changes how we do journalism, but it does not change the core of what journalism is. Thank you.
Let's clap a bit more properly. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joe. Thank you for your presentation. Next, questions, please keep your questions. Just keep your questions.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be part of this distinguished panel and to share the same platform with my colleagues, some of them who are my seniors in the industry. So it's a pleasure. And my word from the word go is to use this opportunity to create a network, use this opportunity to create connections, make contacts, and follow up, make follow-up, contacts, and make the best of the connection that you make in this session. So the first speaker has mentioned something very important, that technology has changed journalism, has changed the way audiences consume media products, but the craft, the skill and what is required of you as a journalist still remains the same. It's the same processes of verification, same processes of fact-finding, same processes of, writing as a craft that you possess as a journalist coming into the newsroom. So it is, something has changed, but the rules of the game still remain the same. They still the same skills that you are taught in school, which is, like I've said, verification and all that kind of thing. I want to speak about something to do with how technology has changed how newspapers are distributed. The first speaker has mentioned something, again, very important about technology changing how people consume news, and in this case, specifically newspapers, which is print media. So that, speaking about the business of news and news organizations, using technology to change the way they distribute what used to be that old, so to speak, old school or the physical hard copy of the newspaper. Now we have something called e-paper, something that you can subscribe to and read virtually anywhere in the world. And so, again, technology coming to the aid of the newspaper, which is what people call old media or legacy media. And so that's a very important aspect or a way that news organizations and people in the business of news can use technology to reach new audiences that are in different places, in different geographical locations. So as an opening remark, let me leave it there, then I'll pick up later on. Thank you.
Thank you. That has been Mr. Mwamba. Now Mr. Olo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Masambo. Good morning, everyone. And thank you so much, our fellow panelists. I think so far so good. We have had a very good background in terms of where we are coming from as an information industry. And now I just want to make some remarks with regards to what the future looks like for the industry. I am a former editor myself, so I have the privilege of looking at the industry using the benefit of hindsight. You know very well that sometimes when you are within a system, you may not appreciate the challenges more than when you are outside. You see, even in a football match, the spectators out there, you may sometimes appear to be better players than the players themselves. So let me just say that now the issue of AI and technology generally is a huge headache, much as it is an enabler to the media industry. Now, with issues of technology and specifically AI, we have very many discussions around media ethics. What it means is that now we have a situation where basically everybody out there is a journalist. So long as they have a phone, they have some internet connection, they can peddle information much as they want. But now, what makes me happy about print journalism is the fact that it still appears to be the last line of defense for the industry. You want credible information, you go to the newspaper, in-depth analysis, you know, the sourcing is up to date. Unlike the kind of journalism that we've seen today where technology sometimes leads to a certain rush that does not give room for proper putting together of stories. But really, AI is not the problem. The problem is a situation where human beings themselves misuse AI. So in terms of print, I think this AI revolution is an opportunity for print to bring back its glory. The previous speakers observed very well that we have a serious drop in the print run of newspapers. I can tell you for a fact that news organizations that used to do like maybe 90,000 copies of the paper daily now are down to maybe around 15,000 to 20,000. But with the AI now, the print has an opportunity to distinguish itself further as the real cream of credible journalism. So print is here, it's not going anywhere. The only thing that is going to happen is that it has only undergone a kind of revolution. But it is there, it's going to be like a niche area for people who love analysis, people who love stories that are told from all manner of angles. And that brings me to the other important thing about the business models of media organizations. You will appreciate the fact that, and of course my colleagues here who work in the newsroom will tell you, that even in big media organizations that have multiple platforms, be they digital, be they broadcast, be they newspapers, be they whatever it is, you will still find that much as print has shrunk tremendously, it is still the breadwinner of the newsroom. You will find out that the revenues that media organizations make, nearly 75% of those revenues still come from print. What does that tell you? It tells you that there is still some future in print, much as technology may be working against it, but print is going nowhere. The only thing it needs is a lot more refocusing so that it speaks to the changes that are evident in the industry today. I think I will leave it at that for now.
Thank you. Intensify your claps, clapping again. Mr. Olo has just given those enthusiasts of print media more hope that the print media is going nowhere. It's powered by technology. It has moved on to digital, and digital is now accessing, more people access the digital version. The reach is now even wider, and the readership is also now even wider and deeper. So that's a hope. I hope that the radio enjoyed when the radio came to the scene in 1920s, and later on in 40s, the TV came on the scene. People almost threw away those boxes. Say, why would you have a box in the house when there is a TV? But then the radio changed very quickly. Now you have the radio all over in matatus, on your phone, and so on and so on. We hope the print media, supported by technology, is also going the same way. That's a hope from Mr. Olo. There will be questions, of course, for Olo and the other panelists. Thank you. We had almost forgotten editors. Sometimes when I tell students we have ombudsmen in some newspapers, they say, what do you mean by have an ombudsperson as an editor in a media house? Then I try to explain, this is the people's editor. it is very interesting. I think you'll explain it a bit further so that we know the work of the People's Editor, Ombudsman, and so on. Thank you very much. You can proceed.
Good morning. I'm happy to contribute to this conversation, and since I am speaking to students, I think what I read in this question is some students sitting here and asking themselves, is it even worth it studying print journalism if we are being told that print is dying, isn't it? So I just want to start by saying that I'm a diehard print journalist, and I actually believe in print journalism, and I see a great future for journalism, whether it exists in the printed form or in the digital form. Print has existed since I think the earliest forms of print journalism, possibly the 17th century. And when radio came in the 20th century, the predictions were that print would die. And then after that, TV came, and TV was even more powerful because TV has a sense of immediacy. You see the photographs, it's attractive, it's interesting. And everybody predicted in the 70s that print was going to die. But instead, it actually got stronger. We saw circulation rising in almost every part of the world. And then the internet came, and again, in this century, there have been predictions that print is going to die, and usually it's given 10 years, 5 years, and then they come to an end and it's still there. So I think print is still going to be with us for a while. The only difference now with technology and AI, and as my fellow panelists have said, is that there has been a big disruption with regards to the sustainability of print. Unlike, I think print is one of the most expensive ventures for any media house, as much as, yes, it brings in a lot of revenue, but it's also expensive to produce because you have to invest in the human capital to produce the content. But once you do that, then you also have to invest in printing, and you have to invest in distribution, and along that chain, you are spending a lot of money. So yes, it brings in a lot of money, but it also requires huge investment along the way, so it's expensive. And with the disruption in businesses, we see that most advertisers see more value in advertising on digital platforms, because initially, if you could reach 1 million people with a newspaper every day, now one influencer who has 1 million followers can also go to an advertiser and say they can reach 1 million people. And if the newspaper is going to charge that advertiser 500,000 Kenya shillings to buy half a page to advertise, this influencer can offer to just take 100,000 shillings and pass the same message to the same 1 million people. So advertising has become very tricky for media organizations, not just print, but also television and radio, because there are many, the advertising cake basically has been fragmented, and everybody is getting a small portion of it. And this means that the sustainability of running a print operation then becomes questionable. So that is where the problem is. But in terms of journalism, I look at print as the foundation of journalism. If you're a good print journalist, then you can be a good journalist on any other platform, whether it is on radio, on television, or on the digital platform. So if you're a student and you're studying print journalism, know that you really are studying the very best form of journalism, which can be applied anywhere else. The tenets of journalism also carry on whatever platform you're on. So whether it's on print or television, you still have to use those same tenets of journalism, of accuracy, fact-checking, being balanced in your reporting, being fair. You have to apply all those principles to your journalism, and that does not change. Just going back to print, I said, because of how difficult it's becoming to run print operations, we've seen a number of print media houses moving to the digital platform fully. So you've seen, I think, People Daily in Kenya does not print anymore. It's digital. In South Africa, we've seen some even very old publications like The Sun are now fully digital. But that does not mean that the journalism has stopped. They're still doing their journalism. It's just, they've just shifted their newspaper to the online platform. And one thing that then this means is for the print to survive, it can no longer be the one that breaks stories or that has, small stories. Those have been left to people to discuss in their WhatsApp groups and on X and on Twitter, on all these other platforms. The print then has to redefine itself and become the one that goes beyond reporting to explaining things, to analyzing, to investigating, and that way then it remains relevant. And for as long as it remains relevant, I see it living forever. Thank you.
Now you can see more depth on print. Teaches you how to write long form. It's the mother of journalism. Yeah, if you can get it in a nutshell. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. You guys are looking so bored. Are you enjoying what our panelists are talking about? My name is Victoria. I am an alumni of Daystar University, and I'm so privileged and honored to be part of this amazing panel. So I think the conversation around here is about print versus AI, or rather like journalism in general versus AI. But I want us to change our narrative. Can we think of it like journalism with AI instead of journalism versus AI? Because we can take it to our advantage. Look at the both sides of this coin. With AI, we're able to do things very fast. We're able to prompt it, generate it very quickly. But the thing is, we cannot lose the journalism aspect of it because of credibility, fact-checking, storytelling, cultural stories, even human stories. It cannot be, like AI cannot work for that. So there are things that AI cannot replicate. And I'd say that as much as we are kind of asking ourselves, do we have future in this? We need to be like, wow, this is actually an advantage for us. This actually means if we were supposed to do something for like a whole day, we're going to take half a day because we have AI. But the problem comes when, I think one of our panelists said, people misuse AI. AI is not 100% correct. And I feel like, speaking as a Gen Z, sometimes we actually misuse AI. Now I'm in corporate, and when you look at some people applying for jobs, they go and copy-paste the application and forget the last part. Do you want me to make it? Do you know that quote and quote down there? People even forget to, it's making us very lazy. And as journalists, we need to be very up. We need to be better than other people. Because we can't just, how are you going to submit a job application? And you're leaving the last part of, do you want me to make it sweeter or formal or, all those things. So I'd want to say, though people no longer wait for news, people get the news as they go. So by the time journalists are trying to, do all that thing in the newsroom, editing and all that, we already have a random TikTok journalist who has already broken the news to us. So we just need to be really up. And I'd say journalism cannot die because at the end of the day, we are still needed to be very honest. People who go all the way to Kajiado, to Marsabit, those are journalists, and people still want to listen to those stories. As much as people also say that nowadays there are e-papers, personally I feel like I can passionately read a physical newspaper compared to e-paper because I'll be too lazy. I'll just be looking at the photos and just a few headlines. But when you have the physical paper, it makes you be very keen to detail. So let us take AI to our advantage. Don't misuse it. The future of journalism is still with us. Yes, thank you.
More reassurance, the future of journalism, the future of print media is still bright. Madam Stoney, I get a question that among the complaints about journalists in our media houses is this question of yellow envelope. Do you get those complaints from your readers?
Thank you so much. First, you told me to explain what I do. So I'm a retired editor, and I also serve now as the public editor at Nation Media Group. My role means I receive complaints and compliments from members of the public, and I also review the content that Dr. Ageo here and his team put out to the public. So I sit as a member of the public looking inside what Nation Media Group serves to the public, and I give them feedback as a team, and I also write about it. So I write a column in the Daily Nation called The Public Editor's Notebook every Friday. And please feel free to read it, and also feel free to write in with comments, compliments, complaints to the public editor, because when media houses put out information to the public should own that information, and they have a right to demand to be served properly. So please take advantage of that and be a participant consumer of media content. So you asked about envelopes in whatever color or form or M-Pesa. That is a very common complaint. And what I can say is, I know for sure that the Nation Media Group has a policy of zero tolerance to any form of corruption. So brown envelopes or envelopes of whatever form or inducing its editors, its writers is forbidden. And they have put out public announcements about it to say, should any journalist demand any form of inducement to write a story or to influence a story, please report. And there's even, I think there's a firm in South Africa that has been commissioned to receive those complaints and investigate and take action against those journalists. But what I want to say is, this is all about integrity. And it doesn't matter where you sit, whether you're a correspondent based in Turkana, or you're an editor based at the Nation Center or at the Standard headquarters. It's really about integrity. And integrity is a value. It is a value that is expected of every journalist. So if you're going into journalism, I really would like to address the students. Please know that you carry integrity with you. It's not that somebody is going to be there monitoring you, but it's also very common that when you become a journalist, you'll meet people in the corporate sector who would offer you unsolicited. They'll offer you favors, they'll offer you an envelope. It's really up to you to say yes or no. The only thing I can tell you is that when you look at people like the ones sitting here who have been in media all this long, it is because they resisted that kind of thing. It is because their integrity always goes ahead of them. And you know, you can meet anyone and ask them, do you know Joe Ageo? Does he take bribes? If you found somebody who can say that, it would be very strange. And those people who take those brown envelopes, I can also tell you that they are very well known, and along the way they are swept off. That's why you may not find them holding very senior positions in any media house, or you might not even find them employed at all, because they've been really weeded out of mainstream media. So it's really a personal thing. It's a decision that you make, that when that money is offered, it doesn't matter if you did not pay rent and that money is more than your rent, you have to have the value in you to say no and to resist that. And I really like the fact that this is a university that is founded on Christian values, and I hope that integrity is really inculcated in all the students, so that when you come out there in the field, you will be among those that will say no to brown envelopes. Thank you.
Just part B of that, should editors also return the Christmas gifts and the New Year gifts?
So these are things that differ from media house to media house. So I worked at Nation for a long time, and I've seen this thing evolve. Initially, those gifts would come. So around Christmas time, you see many gifts being delivered to the media houses. That is now not allowed at all. So before it was allowed, and it used to be seen as, when you look at the value of that gift, is it worth influencing a story, or is it the same way you can go with the, I've seen my very good friend Judy here, if she comes and says, Pam, let me buy you lunch, and she goes and buys me lunch at the Stanley, the two of us, our lunch would probably cost 5,000 shillings. So is it the same if somebody brings you, usually it's drinks, and yeah, usually it's just drinks, some chocolate. So is it the same? But what happened at some point at Nation is that the rule was changed so that whenever those things would come to the newsroom, they would all be put in one basket, and then either it would be auctioned in the newsroom, or it will be, there'll be some form of party and everybody would partake of those gifts, or they'd be distributed fairly. But I don't know what happens in other media houses.
Thank you. Let's clap for the panel and ask, how many questions should I, Dr. Njao, how many questions should I allow? Yeah, make your question. Very few questions, and please go to the point. One of the questions I've received, maybe Dr. Ageo or Olo or any other. The question is, how can journalists be quite ethical as they use AI as a complementary tool for journalism? Anyone can?
So I think at the level of the media house, there obviously needs to be a policy or a framework that then guides how people do their journalism. I mean, even if you look at all the rest of journalism, there is an ethical requirement in how we carry out our journalism. And so AI has come and appended a lot of things, and therefore it is important at the level of a media house, assuming that you're practicing within that context, for there to be a framework. At the Nation, we do have such a framework that outlines the do's and don'ts of AI. But also at an individual level, then it comes down to that personal integrity that I think Pam has talked about very well. I don't think that your integrity will start the day you become a journalist. I mean, it's not like journalism will give you integrity. You need to have that integrity even now. So journalism is just like any other job. I mean, if you work in a bank, you are not expected to pocket some of the money that belongs to the customers, right? It's a personal integrity. If you are a teacher, there are things that are not expected of you. It's the exact same thing with journalism, that you are supposed to be a person of integrity. In my earlier days, when I used to go out many times to do stories, there will be particular people. You would know that if you go for this press conference called by so-and-so, there's always 500 shillings, 1,000 shillings. And so you would have to decide as a person how you're going to deal with that. And you would see people dealing with it in various ways. There are people who will reject it, but there are also people who will get very upset if you are together and then you reject it. And they say, speak for yourself. I was once told to speak for myself, because I was seen as the head of that delegation because, now I was a reporter and there was a driver and there was a camera person. So when I was given and I said, "Hapana, sisi tunalipwa mahali tunafanya kazi," and these people were very upset. So from that moment on, they would sort themselves out, because they said you cannot make such a grave decision on our behalf. So I think it is a question of personal integrity at the end of the day. But because AI is new, that is why it is important for there to be this kind of thinking that happens at the organizational level to define what even the ethical landmines are with this new technology that has thrown some of the basic things that we took for granted up in the air again.
Yeah, let me add something, Mr. Masambu. Thank you. I can't agree more with Joe, but I think that over and above, AI or no AI, I think the question of ethics is more of personal discipline. The guidelines may be there, the policies may be there, but I think if you want to do the right thing, you will do the right thing. If you want to do the wrong thing, you will still do the wrong thing. But then again, the discussion around ethics has many, many aspects to it. One of them is, of course, the issues around how journalists are paid in newsrooms and how, when cases occur or cases of brown envelopes, how the disciplinary process is supposed to go. But I think that there is this thing we call self-regulation. If you can find a way of, having a way of promoting self-regulation within you are journalists as a media house, I think it works better than expecting somebody from outside to act like the prefect. Of course, I know that media houses have their own policies even around AI. I think even the Media Council of Kenya was trying the other day to put together a policy around AI, but still it comes down to the individual. Thank you.
So mine is just to wrap it up in one sentence. That integrity is what you do when nobody else is watching, when you're alone, when you're making those individual decisions that have an implication on the kind of story you deliver. So when you're alone, the decisions you make when nobody else is watching boils down to your integrity. Thank you.
I'd say just treat AI as any other tool in a newsroom. Let it be supportive and not let it not substitute the purpose. Yes. So at the end of the day, it still draws back to who you are as a person. So just remember, let it be supportive and not substitute. Like, you get what I mean, right? Yes.
I was just going to say the same thing. Don't outsource your brain to AI. I mean, you're a human being with a brain, you've gone to school. You can't now go into the newsroom and ask AI to write a story for you. So remain with your brain.
Thank you, thank you. Others say if you can't be a priest, you can't be a journalist. Just such as well. If you cannot be a priest, then you cannot be a journalist. That's the bottom line. Thank you very much. Open to a few questions. Make it short and precise. Yes?
Thank you very much. My name is Ted Otieno. I just want to ask about the new prevalence of paywalls for the media houses, because now we see The Nation, The Standard, we see the Business Daily, The Star. Everyone nowadays has a paywall. And from the outside looking in, I'm looking at the story is very interesting, but the media house is gatekeeping the story. So what is the inside view for why the prevalence of paywalls on that? And also a second question is, we have seen a lot of universities like Daystar is working with the journalists and inviting you here to mentor us, but we're not seeing the vice versa. Do you think we could do more and have media houses, getting student editors from KU, from Daystar, coming inside and maybe learning a thing or two about sports journalism, about business journalism and all that? Thank you.
Any other? Burning one.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Olo talked about how the 75% of revenue still comes from print. But I want him to tell us what is the situation on the ground. Right today in 2025, can we run a solely newspaper organization without it being supplemented by radio and TV? That is print media dead without an umbrella media organization running it?
Last one, last question. Okay, back to the panelists. Paywalls.
Okay, when you go to the streets and find a newspaper and you see the headline is very interesting, if that person who's selling knows what they're doing, they'll ask you to pay so that you can take it and go and read it, isn't it? So that's the exact same thing that paywalls are. In other words, if the people who used to read newspapers and pay for it on the streets have gone to the digital space, we're just following them there with the content, but also with a way that enables us to get some money out of it. And this is basically because, as Pam explained very well, it is very expensive. For example, if that story you are saying is interesting, there is a journalist who is on the payroll, for example, who is being paid a salary every month to keep going out to do those interesting stories. The day they were going to do that story, maybe they traveled to Turkana, and then after that they found a lead that took them to Isiolo, and then they spent 2 days there, came back to Nairobi. If you take the cost of all of those things, and then there's a person who maintains that website where those stories are, there's a person who developed it. There's all kinds of costs that have gone into ensuring that you have the story. And so for us then to do that kind of quality of journalism, someone somewhere has got to carry the cost. And so there's a cost we carry, and there's some bit that we have to pass on to the people who read the content. So there's nothing unusual about it. It's just how there's a service you want, and you pay for it. When you want to make a call to your friend or bundles, you pay Safaricom something. Exact same thing. However, we recognize that we are not just a business. We also serve a public interest. That is why if you go to the Nation website, for example, you will find that there are stories that you will read for free, and then there are others that you will actually. So if there's a cabinet reshuffle today, we will not ask you to pay to know who is the new minister for this and the other thing, right? But if we want now to tell you about all these people, like this one, the last 10 years of their lives before they became a minister, then we have done a lot of extra work that then now we need someone to help us pay for. That is how it works. And if I were to just, I don't know, there was another question here, and I know Mark is going to respond to it, but I don't think newspapers survive because there's TV and radio. I think the bigger question is more on the digital space. So it is theoretically, it is possible to run a newspaper without anything else if you're able to get a small, loyal audience that is going to pay whatever the price of that newspaper is. But because more and more people are in the digital space, it might be helpful for that newspaper to also be available in some form or other in the digital space if you're interested in reaching those digital audiences. So I want us to think about newspapers more as a concept of how content is packaged rather than the actual physical nature of something you go and read on the streets. Because technology is changing. The same way you listen to the radio on your phone today, and it is still radio, the same way you watch TV, you can actually go now and watch NTV on your phone. It is still NTV, but you're not sitting in a room with a big box. So if we look at media in that way, then you can see that the future is assured regardless of how much technology changes.
And how about opening a window for shine and involvement student editors in your newsrooms?
I mean, there is a lot of internship programs that we have. I think it's just how it is tailored, but I don't think we are hostile to that idea at all. I think there's always good insights we get from bringing in younger people into the newsroom who have a better sense of what young people are doing. So if we are not doing enough, I think I'm happy for us to discuss ways of doing more.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Olo, TV, revenue economics, the economics of the media, radio and print.
Yes, thank you once again. I think Joe has captured it. But just to add something little, I think I would like to tell you how some of these paywalls work in other countries. It's generally very, very difficult for African media houses to sustain themselves because now the cover price doesn't help that much, and sometimes the advertisers are also, running helter-skelter to different platforms. So in Europe, for instance, I am aware that there are philanthropic organizations and even individuals who would just donate money to media houses. You would go to the website of a newspaper, of a news organization, you read a story, it has no paywall on it, but at the end of it all, they write down there that to support us to continue doing this work, please donate. And then they ask you to put in your credit card details. So people who, in other continents, people would donate. So probably there might not be need for paywalls all the time. But in Africa, where probably news consumers themselves are even struggling to put food on their table, it might be difficult to donate. And therefore, the only way newspapers would kindly ask you to pay up for content is to kind of put those paywalls. I get frustrated myself sometimes when I go to the Standard website. I run a column in the Standard, on the Saturday Standard. When I go to read my column, I find a paywall on it. So I ask that, but why would you do this? But the defense is that there are stories that you cannot hide behind the paywall because of the public interest value. But now things like features, things like columns, it is justifiable to put them behind paywalls. The other issue that probably I want to touch on a bit is what somebody asked about the newspaper surviving on its own. without other subsidiary outlets. I would give an example of the New York Times. I think by global standards, I think the New York Times is one of the most credible newspapers of our times. And I don't think the New York Times has a radio or a television to it. I think it has just withstood the test of time because of the quality of stories that it puts out. But still, it rides on the digital platforms to distribute or to widen its circulation. So yes, just as Joe said, the newspaper can make it on its own, but it also has to be creative in the manner in which it distributes the particular content that it puts out. Thank you.
We just want to appreciate the insightful information we've gotten from the editors, the depth and the rainbow of ideas. So I want us to clap for the panelists. My appointment is over.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Masambu. So with that, we'll get into the session of gifting. We're going to gift our panelists, and the person who will be gifting them is Dr. Ann Anjao. All right, thank you, Dr. Ann. We'll start with Dr. Joseph Ageyo.
Tupige makofi tafadhali. And the next is Miss Pamela Sitoni, the public editor, Nation Media Group. Tupige makofi tafadhali.
The next person is Mr. James Mwamba, the sports editor, Nation Media
Group. And the next is Mr. Mark Olo, the former editor, Standard Group.
And we have Miss Victoria Momanyi, the former manager, Shine FM. And to our very own moderator, Mr. Nathan Masambu.
Yes. Tuendelee kupiga makofi.
Naona venye Mr. Masambu ako na furaha. Hiyo ndio furaha unafaa kuwa nayo. Yes. The same.
Okay, thank you so much. Na wahenga wanavyosema chanda chema uvishwa pete. You know, this time kazi yetu imekuwa ni kukanusha mambo ambayo wahenga wanasema. Lakini kwa leo tumeona chanda chema uvikwa pete. Thank you so much for that session. It has been an amazing one. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. All right, so najua mmejifunza mengi. We have learned about the print sector and AI. And now we are going into an amazing session to listen to our very own. We have our very own leaders also in the house. So we'll start with our a wonderful woman. If you have ever interacted with her, you'll know that she's wonderful. She's always smiling, by the way.
And she's now smiling.
Yes. And her dressing is always on point. That's what I can add. Yeah. So let's welcome Dr. Lydia Radoli, the Associate Dean, School of Communication,
who will dive into encouragement to students, leaders in sustaining creative excellence. I'm not talking before nisikie shangwe na nderemo na
All right, thank you very much, Hilda. I'm very proud of you. We started this in the conference, And you brought a new Swahili expert here? Zipporah. Zuhura. Thank you so much. And I think this is why we are here today, mentoring our young talents, watching them grow, and hoping that they make better journalists and media practitioners, even as go to the field. I'm also excited that today we are honored by our distinguished guests, colleagues, partners in the media, Dr. Ageo. How does it feel? Nilisema hiyo jina uzoe. Public editor, Pamela Sitoni, and the guests, the distinguished guests that have been on the panel, and those that are also going to be in the next panel. And the guests for this day, our students. I'm guessing this is just media film studies. Do we have colleagues from the stock department? Strategic organizational communication? Dr. Njao, who is your neighbor? Anyways, we want to thank you for honoring this day and also thank the students who have made it possible, especially the leaders from Shine FM and Involvement newspaper. I was asked to speak to you to have a conversation on sustaining creative excellence. I don't know what that means, but I hope that we can engage in the conversation that I prepared. For those of you who do not know me, I think everyone now knows me. I was introduced, but it's just good for public sake, courtesy that you start with your name. Here at Daystar, I'm known as Dr. Lydia Radoli. I'm a journalist, formerly journalist by profession. Worked in a couple of radio stations here in Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda, and ended up in academia, where I teach radio also. And I enjoy what I do because it takes me back to the field and back to the classroom. And that makes it fun because now you talk from your experiences, and we hope that some of our students here can also end up on that journey of being media leaders, but also being professionals of integrity. So our distinguished guests, the Dean School of Communication, Professor Levi Obonyo, our own very guru in the media, my colleagues from the Media and Film Studies Department. I have seen colleagues from the Corporate Affairs Department and generally the School of Communication hosting this event, but more so our students from the Shine FM radio station and the Involvement newspaper. The outgoing leaders and incoming leaders. We have this session event every year, and today we are very excited because we have made it even more interactive, invited guests and all that. So we are not getting the gifts alone. We are sharing with our guests today. And now, I want to see you as storytellers, all of us in this session, this room today. And those of us who have worked in radio or who are working in radio, you'll be the sound shapers. And I can see also the media team behind the cameras there. You are crafters of what stories are made of. Every day, for a journalist, you wake up, you embrace the day, but you also embrace the story that you're going to tell that day. So today, as we gather here, we are not here just to pass on the roles to the next leadership of Shine FM and Involvement, but also to talk about our legacy, to pass on a legacy that is built in the Shine FM studios. And I'm proud of the former Shine FM manager. We were asking when we were seated, where are you now? It would be nice to even have that conversation and see, since Shine, what have you been doing? And also Involvement newsroom. Here at Daystar School of Communication, we refer to them as our media hubs. And we know that you sacrifice a lot, because what you don't know, that these leaders or these students who work in the Shine FM and Involvement newspaper do that on voluntary basis. Apart from their classes and other activities of the university that they have to engage with, they give their time to work in these media hubs. But we always encourage them that it is not time wasted, because from there you gain skills and you become better media practitioners, better journalists in the future to come. And of course, you engage in constructing conversations where we see you sparking new ideas, coming together as a community of future storytellers, but not the future, you're already telling the stories. And so you have this ability, but you're given this responsibility, even as students, to start shaping those stories. And it is you that I want to address and to honor this morning, that you have done well. The leaders that have been the outgoing leaders. And it is a thank you that you have stood at the crossroads of pressure. The pressure of the academic demands on you to be able to pass your grades and finish your courses, but also that you listen to your passion. I was in some of the interviews. I can see some of those myself, Kitula here and Chebusiri, some of the interviews that we did earlier on for the leaders that were coming in a couple of, I think 1 year ago. And we could see that passion and the urge to tell stories. I think in one of that interview, one of the students had just reported. She was coming to take her diploma. No, she was coming from Kenya Institute of Mass Communication, now joining Daystar for undergraduate. And she said, at KMC, this is what I did, and I want to be part of this team. She just done her orientation. And I think now she's one of the amazing editors, either in Involvement or Shine FM. But the way you carry these platforms for our university media hubs, Shine FM, Involvement newspaper, through the deadlines that you have set, sometimes there are doubts, there are debates, and sometimes there are breakthroughs as we can read your stories on involvement. And some of us who have had a couple of chances to come to the studio as guests to have these conversations, it is amazing to see these students not just experimenting, but creatively contributing to the discourse within the community that Daystar is. So you have dared to care, and because of your courage, our community as a school of communication, but more so Daystar University, is informed and inspired. But for me, as a teacher of media, it's because we can already see that you're practicing what you're teaching, what we are teaching in your productions. I teach radio. If Dr. Anjao allows me to teach at undergraduate, I normally teach radio 361. I have taught 056 at diploma level. But it is the shaping of the programs when we start with the ideation, scripting, and then production, and we engage with the studio, and I can see our technicians here. Beth, I'm imagining she's somewhere here, Steve and Wycliffe and Harrison, who have always held our hands in terms of the interaction that we have in the studio with the student. It's amazing to see these works come to life. Now, I've also been told stories of how this team has engaged or embraced the new spaces, the digital media platforms in the refurbished studio, that now you can already have your production in the radio, but you can see that streamlining. And I have said I've been a guest, the latest one, when you were having a conference here in August. And I can remember, I don't remember the host, I think it was, they know themselves, but they were two young, one gentleman and a lady, the names I forget, pardon me, but it's the laughter amid constructive conversations on climate change behind the microphone. And that took me so many years, almost the same age or something beyond that, as my first instinct behind a microphone. It is the cheer of the music, carrying your inherent passions. But for us at Daystar University, we cannot but fail to mention the Christian touch that separates us as a university and also as university media hubs. Now, what you do not know is because of this Christian foundation, the integration of faith in the productions, is that now you become a powerhouse with so much potential. If you start to imagine the technology and the innovations that are coming around. The panel has just left here. You spoke so much about AI. And I think we are moving, we are shifting the boundaries and not just seeing AI as a threat, but AI as a potential, as an enabler, but always with a caveat that if you are using it we are going to use it constructively and ethically. So I cannot say, and this is a cliche, that the sky is the limit. It is not the limit. It is the potential that you have, the mind-blowing potential that you have to converge technology and your creativity to create something that is going to inform how we view our society today. And to the incoming leaders, the ones that you're going to transition today, with this session, you get an invitation. Invitation not to just to inherit those titles as, you know, you have very big titles, station manager, production, HR, resource manager, the one who fires and hires. And I have seen a lot of letters, some letters of firing and hiring in the terms of the HR managers that we've worked with at Shine FM. But you have a mission that is creatively sustained, not by talent alone, but the bravery and confidence that you have as media storytellers. Your challenge is not to repeat what is done before you, especially by the predecessors, but to learn from that and create a springboard to something better, to push the boundaries without losing integrity. And I love the panelists bringing in the issue of ethics, the brown envelopes and the likes, and the fact that the responsibility stops with you, that the ethical, moral decisions that you're going to make when you are on that verge of choosing whether to take it or not lies on you. So remember that excellence is rarely loud, and so mostly I would say rarely visible, because those of you who work on Shine FM, we may hear your voice, but we may not know you by face. Those of you on our digital platforms, we may see your creative content, but we may not know you. But today we have a chance to interact with you, and we hope that this space is going to be a space that you can creatively produce content that is constructive in the sense that it has a way to inform the society, but also it has a way to demonstrate what we are as Daystar University. In Daystar, the name Daystar precedes us in the media industry. And I think we have sung that song for so long. It is not the end of the song that is important, but it is the stanzas that make the song, the lyrics that make the song. And I want to urge these leaders to continue singing the song of Daystar. That you make a promise that at Shine FM, it will remain a place where voices, diverse, bold, authentic, will emerge and will be amplified. And that involvement will be a space of curiosity, triumphs, and not a place of complacency. And that I want to ask you that there are so many scenarios, situations where stories can be created. That let every event that happens in the university be a platform where you can conjure a story. And conjure, I don't mean that you don't go looking for the facts. They have to be factual, ethical stories. And remember what we have taught you in classrooms. You demonstrate that through your works. I also want to recognize the faculty colleagues that are behind these hubs. Beth Nakitare, I don't know if she's here. You can stand up and you can appreciate Beth as she stands up where she is. And probably she's hiding somewhere. Steve Kanyingi, Wycliffe Oyugi, and now Harrison has transitioned to faculty. But I also want to recognize the leaders of this team, the faculty advisors, my colleague here, Kitula. We really appreciate you. And Mr. Chebu has been here. I call him Mr. Chebu Siri, that they also cultivate the students and afford their time for advice and counsel to make this media hub stand. Of course, Masambu, Nathan. Thank you so much. Because Nathan has a passion for these media hubs, and for a long time, as I have been in Daystar, Masambu has been synonymous with involvement. And at a time, involvement and shine coming together. But Masambu has also been synonymous as the symbol of print media journalism in this university. That every time we come with our radio voices and you see memories of what newsrooms in radio and TV and digital spaces are, Masambu will still say print is still king. And I would want to say, is it print or radio that is king? But what I'm telling my students is that you have resources. You have faculty members that are dedicated. And of course, today we have media partners that are here that I hope that you are not just going to run for that cup of tea, but you're going to invite these media industry partners for conversations. Tell them your stories. Tell them what inspires you, what makes you wake up to make that show or to write that story. Right, I'm excited that you are attuned to the trends in the media, as Beth has been telling me about the creative space you are using on digital media spaces, that you are attuned to the disruption that calls for creative skills in multimedia facets. Now, this is a promise that our platforms will continue to be bridges of understanding, not walls of division, that you're going to take advantage again of the spiritual positioning here in Daystar, the integration of faith in learning, and let's see this reflected in our programs, and that we are here, and I've mentioned all these faculty members, and of course Professor Bonyo is now stepped in, that some of us have been behind microphones, we have produced programs. Some of us here have been behind newspaper stories. We have heard bylines, and we can shepherd you in the right direction. So let it not end in the classrooms or in the studio or in the involvement newspaper, somewhere in the basement in at the river, but let's have this conversation and see, can I do this story with you? Can I produce this show with you? But above all today, let's make a promise that we will never forget why we do this, why we tell stories, because stories shape people, and people shape the world. And here at Daystar, our stories should heal. They should inspire and unite the community. Bring together all the 8 schools. Did you know that we even have 8 schools, or are they 9 right now? And almost the same number of directorates. Bring them on board in your newsroom, in involvement and shine, in conversations. Bring the leadership, the VCs and DVCs offices, and the work they do to the limelight. Those are the stories that are unique to Daystar. What about the community around that river, the 40 radius that the Shine FM covers? Tell unique stories of students excelling in sports, in classrooms. Tap into our activities here at the university. Our chaplaincy has so many activities, just to mention a few. Every of those activities is an opportunity to tell a story. Tell personal stories, your Christian testimonies, your journeys of success and stumbles that you may have gone through. And some of us are also gurus in talking about stumbles that have shaped who we are. We invite you to come to our offices and to have those conversations. I wait for a day that I can go to a cafeteria or pass by the Valley Road studio and still hear Shine FM, on our airwaves here. And that is a challenge to my technical team and the leaders that are coming in. We want Shine FM in Valley Road, and that can be done with the support of the leadership at the school. We want a vibrant involvement office also in Valley Road, and that can be done. We have done it before. We can revive, rejuvenate that space. As I conclude, the new leaders, I want to make a plea that you lead with a vision, lead with humility, lead with a kind fire that does not burn out, but lights. And if we are here to celebrate this occasion, as our name, Daystar, as the star in the daylight, inspired by 2 Peter 1:19, until the day dawn and the day star arise in our hearts. I asked you to light the way for those who will come after you. This transition is not an end. It is the next chapter. It is the next story. As you walk, as you speak, let this be your legacy. May you lead with courage, create with purpose, and serve with a heart. And may Shine FM and involvement continue to be places where ideas are alive, voices are empowered, and creative excellence is more than a goal. It is an identity. Now, thank you, and onward to the next great story from Daystar and to the world.
Wow, wow. Thank you so much. And that goes with hand in hand with the theme of the day, which is
Cultivating tomorrow's storytellers.
thank you so much. That was amazing. Thank you so much. Help me clap for her, tafadhali. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we welcome Professor Levis Obonyo, who is the Dean, School of Communication.
He is coming to talk about the role of mentorship in shaping ethical and innovative communicators.
Asante. Good morning, everybody. I always wonder why some people like sitting behind the pillars. And there are cameras right in front of you, and there are lots of seats in front here that you would comfortably occupy. But I know some people really find it more comfortable behind there. I used to also at some point in the past. And I just appreciate the colleagues who have come to grace this occasion, the team from the nation. Judy, it's so good to see you. Do you know what I remember when you used to sit in front as a good student? And just to appreciate that. Judy, were you ever in involvement or Shine? No, she tried to avoid all this, not knowing that it was waiting for her after graduation. So then it came, and there she was. The team that we have here is basically our media team, those who are working for Shine and involvement. And I'm sure that they have already been introduced to you, our speakers, our guests for today. And they are the official, not even all those who work for the paper and for the radio station. Those who might not know, Shine is the oldest student radio station in the country, actually in the region. The first time we were given license to operate Shine was in 2001. How many of you are not yet born? For sure, there are guys who are not yet born. That was the year that Shine was pioneered under the leadership of Ms. Kizito, who has since gone to be with the Lord, an amazing faculty that we used to have. Of course, involvement is a lot older than that. In the involvement first issue comes out in 1986. I'm sure that even some of the guests in front here were not yet born, and has been one of the longest student newspapers. Just a tip, I used to work for Involvement. I was once the editor of Involvement, and it was quite an experience, because we jumped from Involvement straight to go to the newsroom when we were going for internships. And it prepares the ground for moving on to internship. And even the folks who come from Shine FM, we have had lots of staff people who have been working for Shine who have gone on to win awards from the articles, the pieces, the magazines that they did for Shine. I haven't heard of that lately, but I think it's something that you need to pick up so that you can do a lot of stories. Because in the region where you operate from, those who don't know, Shine has operates in a radius of about 40 kilometers. You can pick the signals right after the airport, and it stretches all the way to Kajiado and almost down to Machakos on the other side and on all over the place. It's the leading, I was going to say it is one of the leading stations in Machakos County, but I withdraw that. But you never know, you never know. And we broadcast in lots of languages. Unfortunately, sometimes the languages change depending on which, who are on the staff, because there's one time when the Maasai devotions, the devotions in Maasai language was one of the most listened to programs in Kajiado. But I don't know whether we now have any person who leads devotions in Maasai in the radio station. I think when that lady graduated, then we stopped producing the station, the devotions in that language. But we really want to believe that the team that is coming in will seek to star this to a greater level. The lead up to graduation, I spent a bit of time at the Nation printing shop. And one of the questions they kept asking me is, why don't we print involvement? And Nation printers used to print the copies of involvement. And we are not doing that, which is really a sad situation, because I think that we need to. And one of the things that we're working with the team, Dr. Anjao and the rest of the team in that area, is to ensure that we are able to produce regularly the print editions of the paper, so that people can have coffee table copies that they can be able to show out. As the discussion here has been ongoing, the death of the print media has been prematurely announced, and people need probably to walk back. Those who know me probably realize I'm more of a crazy about the print media than electronic media, although I watch a lot of news on all the platforms. The reason why I really never got so much into the radio TV was because my voice, they said, was not on the keyboard, and that's why I was kicked out of the choir, because when I tried to sing, they said try something else. I thought print provided us a very good background place to hide. Those of you who have covered court, you know where the press gallery is. In the court one. Don't sit there, because if you sit there, probably you'll never get a story. The voices don't rise all the way to where the gallery is. But it seemed like quite a nice place to hide and get the story until you realize you need to get more information and you needed to be closer to the clerks so that they can give you the paper as well. The case is unfolding. But the print seemed to provide a very nice background where you can hide from, so that you're able to do the stories that you need to do. And we really want to ensure and encourage us that we can be able to develop both these parts, the print and the electronic. But now as we talk about the electronic, also to see the potential of, in talking about the converged space, and a lot of the questions that we've been asking here also deal with artificial intelligence and how that is playing in this area. And obviously this has a lot of impact on the kind of things that we do. And the team that is coming in, we really would want to see you take this process a step further. At the University of Dar es Salaam, in Kilimani, the Milimani Hill, they have a fairly well developed television studio from where they broadcast. And the last time that I visited Dar es Salaam, the University of Dar es Salaam, they were generating quite substantial revenue from that station, the TV station. I think it was something running into hundreds of thousands of Tanzania shillings. And I think we were with Dr. Adoli, and I don't know whether anybody here was part of that team. We were with you when we went to yes. And it's something that we would really want to see us doing. As Daystar, because our involvement is fairly structured, our Shine is fairly structured, but we don't have that electronic visual communication as well structured as we ought to, and to be able to have the impact that we need to have in that specific area. And you asked me to talk about mentorship, ethics, and innovation. But as I listened to my colleagues speak here, I thought, oops, they've taken the thunder out of me. And then I realized you asked me to speak just before you go for tea, which means that if anybody starts feeling hungry, I'm the one to blame. So I'm not going to be spending a lot of time on that. But the subject of ethics obviously is very interesting, and particularly for journalists, because we stand between, as media, you stand between, I have to check my lips because I was going to say something, but let me just say, stand between the bastards and the public. What's the role of, the use of the word bastard is not mine. I'm just quoting, I think it's the Vice President of the United States who used that term and talked about how those in government are not very keen in terms of providing services to the people. And I'm saying this because Judy has been in the system, so don't report me to anybody. But because it's so sweet to be in government that anybody who has been in government wants to continue being in government. But they don't really feel committed to servicing the people, to providing services to the people. So what role does the elections and all this play out? Welcome, Christine. If you want to know some of the people who started Shine, she's just walked in. You should have clapped for that for sure. So the necessity to provide services to the community and to the public, and the government is often hard-pressed because they need to rely on taxes, which the public is not willing to pay, and they need to ensure that they provide the services, which requires a lot of logistics, etc., etc. So it might actually just feel fine not to provide. And this is where the media comes in, because the media comes in as watchdog, playing the watchdog role, in which they hold the public, they hold the government to account on the promises that the government made during the campaigns. What were the particulars that were articulated in the campaign platforms? And in the process of doing that, that's knowing that when the time for elections come up again, that the public is going to hold them accountable for those promises. But the platform, the space that keeps reminding them that they need to, that they're being watched is the media. And that's the role that we need to play. Now, how does that play out at a student publication, Shine involvement, as it were? It provides a microcosm of that same environment. Because you have administration that rules, reigns over the affairs of the institution. And they make promises. To what extent do they keep those promises? And it's the role of you, as you practice your days, practice to get out into the field, to start thinking about all these things and being able to write about them so that the Vice Chancellor knows, the Dean knows, the Deputy Vice Chancellor knows that you know that they said ABCD. And being able to bring it out, because this is the practice space. As somebody said, the beauty of a station like Shine is where we allow you to cough in the microphone. Is it on the microphone? But before the microphone. Why? Because Joage will fire you if you did that at Nation. You know you're supposed to do it. But at Shine, you will cough on the microphone and will say, she or he is learning. So the opportunity to be able to do all those crazy things that you want to do is now, so that you can be able to step forth with confidence that you're able to do the things that you're going to do. And this is where, even at this particular space, the question of ethics becomes very critical in terms of how we do it. And really, when we talk about ethics, we're just asking ourselves, what's right, what's wrong? What's right, what's wrong? But you make a mistake by asking me to talk about ethics, because I'll tell you about your grandmother. And the critical question that I think you must ask yourself is, what would your grandmother say in light of the things that you do? That's not really being very original in my thinking, because somebody were having a chat and told me that if whatever I plan to do, my grandmother would approve of it, then it is ethical. Now, I know that in your ethics class 419, you learn a lot about ethics. I mean, Socrates, you talk about Kant, you talk about, all these guys who have articulated ethical positions that we need to do. But what do you do at home? And what do you see us doing in school? And what do you see when you go back home? This is Christmas time. When you go back home and grandmother is excited that the grandchild who has come from the university is back in the village. And I come from Western Kenya. They start chasing chicken for you so that you can be able to enjoy the soup. But the kind of stories that you're telling them, which ones would they look at and say, my grandchild, this is acceptable, this is not acceptable? And I think it's a much more critical test of what is ethical and what's not ethical relative to all the theories that we may go through that are relevant for sure in the context in which they are applied. But if you're confronted with an ethical decision in Shine, in involvement, too often you're not going to pull your textbook and say, what does Kant say? What does Socrates say? What does the Chinese philosophy on this matter say? But there's a reflex that rises in you that basically says, this is the right thing to do. This is the right dress to wear. This is the right hairstyle to wear. This is the right way to refer to the Vice Chancellor. This is the right way to refer to the Dean, to the HOD, to my faculty, etc., etc. This is the right way to treat my colleagues. Why? Because your grandmother would approve of it. And if you think that the grandmother will not approve of it, then it is the wrong thing to do. And so when we talk about the realm of ethics, we basically think about what is and what is acceptable and what's not acceptable. But at this very basic level of our everyday practice that we engage in the newsroom, and I'm talking about here the newsroom at that very basic level. Because we have had instances, of course, in the past and sometimes in the present when students might decide, and let me not use the word students now, let me say journalists, and when I talk about journalists here, I mean the student journalists, might stand up and think, I need to embarrass so-and-so, but why do you need to embarrass so-and-so? Just because. But would you tell your grandmother that? And if you told your grandmother, would your grandmother approve? Or would your grandmother tell you, son, usually from where I come from, they'll tell you, my wife, my husband, this is not how you behave. I don't know. Some of you don't go to the village, so you may not know these terms that I'm using. When you go for my time when I went to the grandmother, she would basically call me my husband. So my husband, is that what they're teaching you out there these days? And that's what we really need to be able to bring into the spaces where we operate in the newsrooms. The question of responsibility. And we cannot wait to start being responsible post-graduation. The element of responsibility starts from the very word go. The first day that you walk into Shine, the first day that you walk into involvement, the necessity for your responsibility, for acting responsible, starts right there. I'm very encouraged by the guys at Shine, for example, because we really deal with Shine with a very light touch, both Shine and involvement, and basically let the student management take charge. So as the manager emeritus now would probably testify, during the time I get to the Shine, but very incognito and just pass by and go my way, because we don't want to make you feel like, oh, we are the ones who are doing this, we're in charge. Once you tell us we need this facility or the other facility, we are good with it, and then let you be able to do the things that you're going to do with the lessons that your supervisors, Beth, is Beth here? I haven't seen Beth since morning. How can we be here and Beth is not here? Oh, she's somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, whether you're dealing with Beth or you're dealing with Anjao or you're dealing with Wanyama, et cetera, the things that they're going to allow you. But I will also encourage my colleagues to be able to spend a lot more time with our students so that they can be able to see the kind of things that you do and the input that you make into those experiences. So I don't want to keep us long here because this is a conversation that doesn't end at this moment, but that will pick up particularly with a lot of force once you guys, the incoming team, get into the office and begin to take responsibility and run the things that you need to run. Knowing that the platform, the ground on which you've been provided, on which you step, you need to use it with a lot of caution and responsibility, because it's the platform that will spring you over to other positions that exist in society. We have had a lot of people who have come from Shine, gone on internship, and because of the good work they've done at Shine in terms of the lessons that they have learned, have ended up never coming back to the newsroom. Some of them, we wish they came back, because there's one particular case, I'm not sure that Joe knows about this, but I'm not going to say it loud, who went for internship and was fairly a good chap. He never came back. He didn't even come back for graduation, which is to say he has never graduated. But fortunately, this is 12, 13 years later, so he has never graduated, and we hope he would be able to come back and when you finish. But we also had lots of people who have, who came back to graduate when they went for internship because of the good work they did. But that good work comes out of the input, the lessons that you learned, the practices that you carried out at Shine and that involvement. And that's why I pray, I hope that you're going to take this task that you have with a lot of interest and enthusiasm, being willing to learn and going forward with it. Let me just tap on to something that I think Joe said before about being open to partnering with your media houses. Let me call it media houses in terms of mentorship and guidance as it goes forward. It will take the editors of our media houses to be able to push this go out, to work out. And lots of colleagues in the field are actually very open to working with you. But you have to be prepared to reach out, go the extra mile in terms of the work that is required, both working for your coursework and the media house, and the Shine, the involvement, but also being able to make some input in that, in the practical experiences that you want to do by shadowing the reporters, shadowing the editors at either Nation or whatever publication that you want to work with. If I were you, I would take him on that and say, you promised us, let's eventualize this, let's bring this to fruition. And with that, welcome to the hot seat, all of you who are taking responsibility at Shine and involvement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bwana Levi, Professor Levi Obonyo. Sorry, Professor Levi Obonyo.
Remember when I said that this is where you're allowed to make all the mistakes? She
Thank
just
you.
demonstrated that.
Thank you for that. Okay, and now to our departmental and patron remarks. We'll start with Mr. Sami Kitula, who is the patron of Involvement newspaper, and he'll be talking about sustaining journalistic passion and storytelling excellence. And after that, we'll be having Mr. Wanyama Chebusiri, who is the patron of Shine FM, who will be reflecting on student leadership and radio innovation. And we'll be having Dr. Ananjao, the head of department, film and studies, media, film and studies, who will give words of encouragement and departmental vision. Karibu sana Mr. Sami Kitula, tupige makofi tafadhali.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, my name is Sami Kitula, as you've been told. I'm an editor at the Standard Group and also a faculty here in MFS. One thing about journalism, I keep telling my students, it's that it's one of the most thankless jobs you can ever have around. And I normally think about policemen, nurses, and teachers. When you think about those professions, there's so much that you expect of them, yet from their own, doing things, they get so little in terms of recognition and what have you. For example, we normally see a policeman standing at this roundabout every day, from morning to night. How much do you think they earn? Are they the best paid people we have? No. What about teachers? Would you say teachers in Kenya are the best paid, professionals? Absolutely not. Then think about journalists. Journalists are not the best paid people would have, in the world. And my colleague James will tell you, But it is a tragedy that I'm both a journalist and a teacher. So you can imagine the quagmire I find myself all the time in. But you see, it's the passion that you have. So as a journalist, you need to have that passion. You can never be a journalist if you don't have passion for journalism. Don't go to journalism with the intention of getting better pay. It won't come. You'll just be greatly disappointed. And of course, you need to enjoy what you do. Like myself, I enjoy what I do all the time. I tell my people that I get paid for doing my hobby. My hobby was always to be a journalist, you know, because you can't wake up all the time at 4:30 a.m., go to bed probably slightly after 12 a.m. for doing something you don't like. You know, after some time, you'll just give up. So if you're a journalist, make sure it is something that you do with a passion, all right, all the time. Enjoy what you do. Keep asking yourself, why do I need to be a journalist? It's never too late. You know, it's never too late. Ask yourself, why do I need to be a journalist? You see, journalists are people who, like I've said, do thankless jobs. So much expectations of us as journalists. Every time, few are the times when you'll be, you know, congratulated for doing something. But many are the times when you'll receive criticism for doing something. Most of the time, you'll be criticized. Name calling and whatnot. That's what I'm saying. If you don't have passion for journalism, pray to your God. Ask for more, and you'll get it, all right? And before I finish, we've talked about ethical standards. As a journalist, you can't fail to have accuracy in your life. You can't fail to have balance, fairness, and objectivity. You can't lack all those tenets, you know, because at the end of the day, this is what will determine who you are, the kind of person that you are, all right? Never forget that. And of course, stay informed. I keep telling my students, you can never be a good journalist if you don't read. You know, you need to be informed, and the only way you need to be informed is by reading. You know, magazines, newspapers, radio, listen to radio, watch TV. It's a tragedy that I know most of the time nowadays we have very few people reading the newspaper. Our reading culture is dying, and that's, once you get to the field, it permeates through what you do as a profession. That's why nowadays we see young journalists in the newsrooms hardly using the library, hardly reading, and that's why you end up doing copy-pasting. So you do it all the time with your assignments, Peter. Yeah. So let's cultivate this culture of reading while you guys are still young, because it will dictate your future as you grow old. As a journalist, you can't be a person who doesn't read, all right? And you won't begin reading when you get into the profession, because it is not in you. Make it a point of reading. Like, for example, how many of you go to the library to get to get books? You guys pay lots of money to use the library. Do you use it? No? Do you borrow books, sister? Get that point, you know. Make use of the library. Go read materials. With that, you find you're broadening your scope, and of course, building more knowledge, staying informed. And of course, at the end of it all, take a break. It's never that serious, right? It's never that serious. Yeah, I remember there was a time I was almost collapsing, because my day begins at 4:30 every day, and I don't sleep before it's about 12 a.m. So a whole week of it, I was almost losing it. So I read somewhere, it's never that serious. You can drop dead, and the newspaper will still be produced. You know, there was a time we lost our payroll manager at the Standard. The guy died in the office, preparing our salary. A week later, we were still paid, you know, and life went on. So at the end of it all, take a break. It's never that serious. Life must continue. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, and for that reason, we are going to take a break also, just for a bit of photo session, and then we'll be back to continue. So naomba tafadhali sisi sote Ikiwezekana sisi sote twende hapo nje kidogo, we take the photos because some of the guests wants to leave.
the BBC in 2021. And I'll briefly tell you about Shine FM. It was started some 23 years ago, and it's a student-led radio station. And the idea of starting it was to transform academic knowledge into practice, so that students who are taking electronic media can practice what they are being taught. Of course, it's run by several departments, headed by managers. Managers, simama tu watu waone, outgoing wherever you are. If you're a manager of Shine FM, could you be upstanding? Please, let's be upstanding. Watu waone, wapigie makofi. Yeah. And then we also have a technician, yeah, Beth, who should be somewhere. She should be somewhere trying to organize a few things. So basically, in 2015, it transformed into a modern radio. It embraced live streams in 2015. And the sky can only be the limit, that we are still continuing on how to improve, particularly with the emergency of AI and the digital and social media platforms. So when I was being asked to talk about student leadership and radio innovations, personally, when I look at the leadership of Shine FM, I see budding journalists. I see journalists who will shape the narratives. I see journalists who will inspire. I see journalists who will hold those to accountable, who will speak truth to power. Remember, radio is king. Any guess why radio is king? Any guess from anybody, from any student? Why is radio still referred to as king? Why is radio being referred to as king despite the ferocious competition brought about by technology? It's because radio has withstood the times. Many of colleagues, particularly those in the media, have given anecdotes on how they used to rely on radio, for news. And radio is portable. Radio is personal. Unaipata kwa mobile yako, unaipata kila mahali. At Shine FM, when I took over as the patron of Shine FM, and I and radio were intertwined, I said, no, jokes have to stop. And how I wish Professor would have been here. I encourage my group to adhere to ethical journalism, the basic standards of broadcasting, both at both at TV and radio. So that today, I expect, for example, even a story by Shine FM to win an award at the JIA. There is somebody here who always gives me some work as a judge at the annual Media Excellence Awards, AJIA, hosted by the Media Council of Kenya. My good sister, Christine Ngugu, she normally gives me some work to be as a judge. And one of the things that normally as a judge we look for is language consistency. So that today, if the program is in English, it has to be in English. If the program is in Kiswahili, it has to be in Kiswahili. If it's in vernacular, whether Kikamba, Kiluya, it has to be there. Because we normally knock out good stories because of language inconsistency. So please take care as you do that. Because I want you people to think beyond Shine FM, okay? Think the BBC. Today, when you go around the world, people are talking of Larry Madowo. Larry Madowo is a product of Daystar University. We want many Larry Madowos from Shine FM. Tell your neighbor, leverage technology for Shine to shine even much brighter. Tell your neighbor, turn to your neighbor, tell them, say, please, leverage technology for Shine to shine brighter. I've not heard that. Please say. Professor Dr. Anja, I've not heard you tell Dr. Awor, leverage technology to make shine better. Yes. So another point that I want to emphasize about Shine FM is that let us think beyond the Daystar community, that's the students and lecturers plus the management. We broadcast to communities. Let's go out there. Let's do stories about them. What are the bodabodas saying? Bodaboda wanasema nini? Ni nini maswala yao? In that way, we shall be relating with the communities. Another thing is about innovation. If you are not with technology, technology will face you out. Radio is not about to be folded, but you have to leverage technology. How do you do it? You just have to find whatever you do on social media platforms. For example, live streams. How many, for example, and I want to challenge NFM, how many of us do we even invite our listeners to send in their WhatsApp notes as a form of interaction? Please, let's adopt that. Two, and more importantly, there is a former student of mine here, when I was emphasizing on the need for Swahili, he said, hapana mwalimu. Because one of the things that I brought when I transitioned from newsroom to academia is, so one of the things I brought is, there is an element of Kiswahili. Because nobody will employ you simply because you think you only know English. In fact, I encourage you people, please know Kiswahili, know as many international languages as possible, and even know that vernacular language, because that's where money is. So this student here, at first, they thought, mwalimu hapana, Kiswahili mimi sijui. She went for internship somewhere, na anashika kichwa. She went for internship somewhere. Then she was given a press statement to do what? To translate into Swahili. Well, she almost translated Portuguese. She almost translated Portuguese, but then she told me, mwalimu, niweke maneno gani hapa? Momanyi, don't shy away. I encouraged Momanyi. This is what I was telling you, but now you have to face it. She bought some books, and Momanyi ended up living wherever she was on attachment with her head high. I want to encourage you, please, embrace multilingual. With the shrinking revenues, a media house would want to send one reporter who is in a position to do a story for radio, a story for TV, a story for online. One reporter who is in a position to do a story for English, Kiswahili, Kikamba, and even French. I want to encourage you with that. And lastly, leadership is not all about titles. Leadership is about taking responsibility. There is a transition here. Please, if you must sack somebody, is that an informed decision? I'm not saying, of course, when you're a leader, you have to hire and fire. Leadership is about accountability. Leadership is about leading by example. For example, we've said, if you go up there on radio, you are talking about language consistency. How are you practicing it? Two, about punctuality. Punctuality is key. In news, there is what we call timeliness. In other words, news is perishable. Yeah, there was a fella who was almost being sacked, one of the best presenters at the BBC, because he delayed for nearly a minute to go and read news. And therefore, lead by example, be accountable in whatever you do, and always remember, no story is bigger than your life. Somebody mentioned here, the best journalism that we're practicing today has to be investigative journalism. That's where, that should be, you should aspire to do that. I want to encourage you, because journalism itself, it's a wealth organization. I want to differ with whoever said that journalism, they are poor people. No, take advantage of technology. Impactful journalism will always sell. Good journalism will always sell. See, Tony will tell you that when you do a good story, and even when you share it on your social media accounts, people will even call you. Some of us, we entered the media after high school because of letters to the editor. I didn't know that all I wanted is to become a journalist, but I hadn't gone to college. So I used to write the letters to the editor. I worked in The Nation. I introduced myself. This is Wanyama Chebusiri, very courageous. Then they asked me, have you trained? No, I've just finished Form 6. I was waiting to go to NYS. You know what? That's how my journey began. And therefore, another thing is, please be courageous, and no man is limited. I am solely a print media journalist. Yeah, I worked for The Nation, I worked for The Standard, but I had to spend 17 years doing radio and part of TV. Of course, when I transitioned, I had problems, pronunciations. I think Professor Levi Obonya alluded to that. But I was determined. I had to rise to the rank of a news editor. How? Is because when you are determined, when you have the zeal, when you have the passion, you will do it. I had to spend 17 years of my good journalism because of that. And I want to tell you, no man, no woman is limited. Tell your neighbor, no man, no woman is limited.
No man, no woman is limited.
Yes, so it's up to you. It's up to you to inculcate and go for it. Lastly, I want to tell you a very small story. You know, storytelling is the best form of journalism. If you're not a storyteller, then boss, apana. Storytelling, you humanize the story. You make the story relate with people. I was interviewing a lady that was 2008, who was raped by 15 men when I was still a BBC reporter. And this lady, she consented to my interview. And I was asking myself, how do I tell this story? And you know, the funny part of it is that the person who orchestrated the rape was a boyfriend at the height of the post-election violence. And you know what? When the story came up, I mean, the story was very deep, it was very emotional, and everybody wanted to listen to the story. So please, try as much as possible to humanize the story. When you put a human face to the story, it comes out nicely. And that story, for the first time, it made me to fly to the United Nations General Assembly. Sasa mimi ningetoa wapi pesa ya kwenda huko? So that's what I'm telling you. Impactful journalism will always sell. Impactful journalism will always see you through wherever you want. The Trump you're talking about, if you're courageous, in 2017, we were in the White House. So I carry my hand, I want to talk. Then someone was ignoring me. That's when I knew, so me kumbe ni mweusi, eh? In a group of about 40 journalists, perhaps I was the only one with the more dark face. So I kept on insisting. So when I asked him, so he said, who are you, who are you? I said, Wanyama Chebusiri. He said, what? What? He said, Wanyama Chebusiri. This man wanted to intimidate me. But look, as a journalist, whether print, electronic or what, don't be intimidated. I kept on telling him, my name is Wanyama Chebusiri. And then he says, oh, that's a difficult man. Okay, ask your question. You know what? However powerful you are, media will always be powerful. Radio will remain king. Thank you.
Asante sana. And now to Dr. Ann Anjao, the head of Department, Media and Film Studies. Tupige makofi kuja mbele.
Now, we agreed with Mr. Chebusiri that we'll be here for only 5 minutes.
and he has been here for exactly 5 minutes. I hope I'll also be here for 5 minutes. Reason being that we truly want our students to learn more from our invited guests. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I stand here as the Head of Department, Media and Film Studies. And I just want to thank each one of you for gracing this occasion, the Shine FM Involvement Handover Ceremony. I have interacted with each and every guest here, and I must say I'm so humbled, very humbled, that sometimes all I needed to do was just to send a text message, and they would say, yes, I'll come. You know, and I kept adding, you know, pro bono. They would say, yes, I will come. You know, and I was like, wow, this is an amazing experience, that here we have gurus in the media industry who are willing to come and share their all. You know, this is what they can give back to the community. And for that, I salute each and every one of our guests. I also want to thank the management for enabling us even to be here and you know, to support us to have this specific function to run. Now, as an HOD, I'll tell you that mine is a challenging task. You know, having to bring together everybody, the student body, the faculty body, the management part, the guests, and everybody else to this function. And I just want to thank God that this far he has brought all of us to this place, and that the function is already underway. Now, I'm supposed to talk about the vision of the department, and then a few words of encouragement. Where do we want to see ourselves? Where should we be in the next 5, in the next 10 years? We've heard about AI. And to be honest, that's where we are going. Because where else will we be found? It's on these digital media platforms. Yes, we will still retain our print form. Yes, we'll retain our radio, we'll retain our television. But like somebody said here, somehow media just finds us on the way. It finds us on the way and we embrace it. And so as a department, we are benchmarking. We are looking at you know, curriculum changes just to be in tandem with what the global world has to offer. And so as we are doing our curriculum, as we are looking around, we are also having conversations about how we can move the department forward so that we are not caught up in that trap of time, still doing the old things and expecting them to work in a new dispensation. And definitely at the core of our vision is really what we have here. Christ in my heart, that's the difference. That's what makes Daystar what Daystar is, that we are trained journalists, but then we also move with Christ in our midst. And so I promise to say very few words. I want to say this to the outgoing team. Really, you have done an amazing job. Yours has been a tangible experience and endeavor where we have seen you run the stations. Maybe to our guests and maybe to people who are new to Daystar, I should say that the Shine FM team and the involvement team is purely a student affair. There's none of us who goes to the studio to do anything or to tell anybody anything, you see. Even here, we being here today, it has been organized entirely by the student body. I only came in to support where I could, where they are not able to step, for example, looking into maybe authorizations here and there, I step in. But from the beginning, the conception part of it, to the drawing up of the plan, to the program, and everything you see here is 100% student-led. And that's what happens at Shine FM. They have their own meetings. I don't even know when they meet. Unless they want me to be there, they'll call me. Yeah.
But they have their own meetings, they have their own demarcations here and doing this, and they come up with their own program, their own shows, and you hear that things run 24/7. I think we need to give them a clap. Thank you very much. And I have noted the sacrifice that they put in. And so to the incoming team, it's the same zeal and the same challenge that I give you. You know, you gotta make it an exciting activity, a challenging activity, a rewarding activity. The mic is now live in your hands, and the press is rolling under your leadership. So we need to keep it that way. So just something to note is that journalism and media production are a stewardship. And so in our hands as the incoming team, let's understand that it is a stewardship. So in our hands, we have that station. Remember, we have the newspaper. We hold immense power, but then we must remember three things. We have to be very brave, because sometimes we'll have to hold a mirror up to the society. We have to be fair, and then we have to be innovative. As a department, we promise to support you, to support your ambition, to see you as future colleagues. The torch has now been passed, and my appeal is this: don't just maintain the legacy, elevate it. The baton has been passed. Don't just maintain it at that level, but can you now do something else? Can you be innovative? Can you give us something, a new offering that maybe we have not seen before? As I wind up, there's, I always say this about technology. It's such a phenomenal space. And there's this young man I follow on, now where has the page gone again? These people. He's called Ken the Farmer. How many of you follow Ken the Farmer? You do. I'm impressed. And if you follow Ken the Farmer, Ken, I think he is a millennial. Do you think he's a Gen Z? He's a millennial, eh? Yeah, he is a millennial. And Mr. Chebusiri talked about storytelling, that is the essence of journalism, storytelling. No story really won't listen to you. And so Ken the Farmer somehow has worked all over, but decides, you know what, I want to be a farmer. And what does he do? He does his farming even as he tells his stories. And his stories are so captivating, and they are so interesting. Allow me just to read one of his posts. And he has followers, huge followers. He educates us who love farming about farming, but he does it in such a humorous, storytelling manner that you can't fail to look for his next post. So he says, oh, by the way, at the moment, he farms in Muranga, but one day he woke up and told us he's in the Gambia. And so we are now following him in the Gambia. So he says, it's exactly 3:30 a.m. here in the Gambia, and I've just been woken up by my village buddy, Gitonga, who is in Kenya, where it's already past 6 a.m. He still doesn't understand what I mean when I tell him about time difference. He sent me this picture, then later called me telling me to check my WhatsApp, laughing. I still don't know what that was supposed to mean. When I took this picture beside a papaya tree, my plan was to alert farmers that the white things on the fruit are called mealybugs. They are cotton-like and look cute, but they are very dangerous, just like some girls here. They insert their mouths into soft fruits and leaves, sucking out nutrients and causing low-quality fruits and yellowing leaves. They can be controlled well using neem. Just rush to the agro shop near you and get a neem product. Not every yellowing is caused by this pest. The same way, not every brown girl has her original skin color. That's the post that he posts. And you can see that it is engaging and something you look forward to. So what am I saying? I'm saying this. Let us leverage technology, even as we are at Shine FM and at Involvement. Sometimes we don't have to wait for legacy media. Sometimes we can create our own narratives and put them out there. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Asante sana Dr. Anna Njau. I don't think hiyo makofi inatosha, tafadhali. Tupige makofi ya maana. Asante. And now to the special address. We have the speaker who is Mr. Arnold Wafula. He is a lecturer and a radio veteran. And the topic is stewardship of the airwaves, merging professionalism with Christian values. Tumpigie makofi. Karibu sana. 5 minutes.
So, good afternoon. My name is Arnold Wafula. I'm a lecturer here, and I've spent about 30 years in communication. 5 of those years I spent in radio, actually in a Christian radio station. I worked at a Christian radio station for about 5 years, and for the rest of the 25, I was doing communications in the secular world. So I've been asked to speak to you about stewardship of the airwaves, merging professionalism with Christian values. So we've heard a lot today about what it means to be a professional in journalism. And we've also heard about stewardship. And we've heard that you're stewards of airwaves. But we've also heard something about what stewardship means, that you're doing it on behalf of someone else. So we've also heard that we're stewards on behalf of the organization. But I'd like to also talk about the stewardship we have as Christians. Can I ask, by show of hands, how many of you have a parent or a grandparent who is a Christian? Yes. That is very good. That's about 2/3 of us here. And in Kenya, we say about 85% of the population is Christian, at least by statistics of 2019. And about 10% was Muslim. Do you know that the rate, they call it, the people who have the most challenge with their Christian faith are usually 2nd, 3rd generation. So as somebody who is a 2nd or 3rd generation Christian, you are probably in the group that has the greatest challenges about what it means to be a Christian. And those challenges come from a very basic but often overlooked fact. The secular world knows what it means to be secular, but most of the time the Christian world does not know what it means to be Christian. The secular world understands to be secular, you remove the idea of a spiritual world. Isn't that true? The secular world, the main difference they tell you, when they perform their duties, they perform them with the understanding that the material world is all that there is. But when you come to a university like Daystar, they introduce you to the concept of Christian values. And so that means you're talking about beyond the material world, there is a spiritual world. And most of the time, 2nd, 3rd generation, we struggle with that. We struggle with the understanding that as a Christian, we are talking about interaction with a world beyond just the material world. Yeah? When you talk about values, academic definition of values would be things that what you ought to do, how you ought to behave. But morality, why? That's the foundation of ethics. Why should you behave that way? And so as those who believe in the existence of a spiritual world, the idea is we do it because he who created all things has mandated it. The why is because God has said so. And so as stewards of the airwaves, what we are trying to do when you are interacting, particularly with 2nd and 3rd generation Christians, is to remind them that there is something beyond the material world, isn't it? It is very easy to be in a Christian organization and fall into the trap of believing all that there is this material world. You only behave the way you behave because of what fellow man has said you should behave. So maybe just to take a little step backwards, in Ephesians, in the Bible tells us that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against spiritual principalities in high places. I'm paraphrasing. And all thoughts that exalt themselves above the name of Christ, right? That is the stewardship, the basis of the stewardship also as you work in Shine FM. Because there are two constant things going on. First of all, the first constant is to try and tell you all that's important is the material world. There's nothing beyond the material. That all that's important is what you can see and feel and touch. But we learn through our personal experiences. First of all, Christianity is a relationship. Our personal experiences with God, that there is a spiritual world. Simple concept, but very hard to effectuate. Then the other thing that we learn also is that there is a constant battle, like you say in Ephesians, to have ideas that exalt themselves above the name of Christ. So as you are stewards of the airwaves, these are two things. When you think about your audience, these could be primarily second, third generation Christians, just like yourself. People who brought up in Christian families and may have an understanding of the behaviors that you're supposed to behave in church, and like you've been told here, how you're supposed to behave according to the standards of the Christian values. Christian values, you can be a cultural Christian. The Christian values that you're brought up with, which are based on biblical tradition. Yeah? But some of the important questions that come up in a second, third generation is why? Why should you behave the way you have been asked to behave as a Christian? So sometimes you find that as a challenge. When you are a student here, when you're a professional, it is a difficult challenge. So how are some of the ways that we can overcome it? I think some of the ways to overcome it is to understand this has been going on for quite some time. From the time, if you look at people like Aristotle, they told us their basis was that there is a material world. I mean, there's a spiritual world that is beyond the material world. People like David Hume, who tried to say that that a great, what was his statement was that great, when you talk about, he contradicted the idea that there can be miracles. He said that if you propose the idea of a miracle, you must have evidence to back it up. So he was saying great claims demand great evidence. That was one of the things he was saying. But some of the things we are not taught is the people who countered those ideas. David Hume did say that, but there's someone called Reverend Thomas Bayes, where you get the Bayesian theory. Bayes and Prince talked about, they were able to show through their academic research that indeed there is good grounds for believing in a spiritual world. We hear people like in philosophy, you hear a lot of philosophers tell you how it is not logical to believe in a spiritual world. But then you think of like modern fathers of philosophy, like René Descartes. He was a Christian, and he talked about the almost necessity of belief in a spiritual world. So you look at people like Louis Pascal. He was a Christian, and he talked about, he also did told us about germs. And he brought us also one understanding of biology, which is that you cannot, biology has never observed non-life coming from. Life always comes from life. Non-life does not produce life. So my proposal to you as you take on the airwaves as stewards is to think about some of the challenges that your audiences are going through. And one of the main challenges in our day and age today is understanding that first and foremost, there is more than what we can feel and touch. There is an invisible God, and there is an invisible world that governs this world that we live. That is a reality that we need to keep reminding ourselves, because it's very easy to become Christians and live as though all there is the material world. Then the second thing we need to understand is, how do we address these ideas, like in Ephesians says, ideas that try to exalt themselves above Christ. And the way you can address them is by looking. God always raises a standard everywhere. In every field that you find, you will find God has raised a standard. Whether it is philosophy, whether it is engineering, whether it is biology, you'll find that God has always raised a standard to counter many of the challenges that young people are generally most people are going through. Some of the things that we discuss in class, in the classes that I've taught, you find that many young people are struggling with questions to do with what it really means to be a Christian, and if this Christianity is really true. And I believe as stewards of the airwaves here at Daystar, it is upon you, incumbent upon you, to start thinking about these challenges that young people are going through and begin addressing them. First and foremost being that all that we see is not all that there is. There is also a spiritual world that we do not see. So in my conclusion, I'd say to be a steward of the airways is to be a steward of the challenges in Ephesians that we've talked about, to be a steward that allows the young people to understand that the material world is not all that there is. There is a spiritual world that's going on, and that the ideas that are being constantly bombarded through other forms of media that seem to exalt other ideas above the name of Christ can be countered through your diligent efforts to address and promote the other counter versions of those challenges that have been presented to the young people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now we are going to panel 2. That is, the first one was the print. Now we are diving into Shine FM, that is radio, stroke TV. And the sub-theme is the visual web, the convergence or the coming together of audio and visual storytelling. Right about now, I'm going to call the panelist, watakuja pambele, and I'm going also to call the moderator. We have the first member of the panel, that is Mr. Francis Mureithi, who is the digital editor, the Star Radio Africa Group, and council member. Karibu sana. We have Miss Judy Munyinyi. She is a Daystar alumni and former True Love editor. Karibu sana. We have Miss Miriam Nyambura, who is a Citizen TV reporter. Karibu. We have Dr. Rosemary Kowal, who is a senior lecturer. Karibu. We have Mr. Chris Waweru Avram, communication specialist. Karibu. And last but not least, we have Miss Diana Makoha, who is a presenter, Sulwe FM. Karibu sana, Miss Diana. And the moderator for this panel is Kevin Gatti, ama ukipenda, the son of radio. Karibu. Okay, thank you so much. Enjoy this session.
Yeah. Welcome back to our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to panel 2. This will involve radio and the TV focus. Now, before I introduce myself, we've often heard that video killed the radio star. That video killed the radio star. But in 2025, it seems that video has resurrected the radio star. We are no longer, as Shine FM members and as journalists, we are no longer voices in a box. We are content creators on screens. So it's changing. And as Dr. Joe Ageo said, there's a disruption that is happening. So my name is Kevin Gatti, the son of radio. And in the next hour, we'll be diving into the visual wave. I am a beginner in the Master of Arts in Corporate Communication, but it's not my knowledge that you'll be tapping into. We have a powerhouse panel over here, and I don't think our MC did justice to introduce them. So I'm going to tell you who exactly they are so that you understand what knowledge they are going to impact. First and foremost, we start from the top. He is the man steering the digital ship for the biggest media houses in the region. He is the digital editor of The Star from the Radio Africa Group, and is also a council member of KEG, that is Kenya Editors Guild. So if you want to know how news makes money online, after this morning you may attend. Let's give a welcome to Mr. Frank Mureithi.
Thank you very much, and I'm honored to be here. Once again, my name is Francis Mureithi. I work at Radio Africa Group and Star Publications as the group digital editor. The role of the digital editor is just to ensure that content is transitioned and it is digital, because that is where majority of us are when it comes to consuming content. First of all, from the onset, Radio Africa runs 6 radio stations and 1 newspaper. The radio stations include Kiss, Classic, Gokena. We have East FM for the Asian, and we have Jambo. Each of these stations are very strong digitally. They are heavy on digital. Unlike before, when we had studios just for radio, the same studios have been transitioned into more or less like visual studios. So we have mounted cameras like those ones you're seeing there, and every show is recorded. Every show we can go live at any given time, because each and every platform is on TikTok, every platform is on YouTube, every platform is on X, every platform is on, you name, even on WhatsApp channels where we are trying to reach audiences. So we have created new roles of people who are inside the studio, but they are not presenters, they are not broadcasters. These are video tech people. They record, they shoot, and then they go and sit edit and wanapeperusha. Essentially, that is a new job category that digital has brought on board. On top of that, because audiences nowadays want to feel, they want to see, they want to touch, we cut clips. We cut clips of the presenters when they are doing their jobs, and we post on various platforms. We do interviews inside and outside studio. You will see some of them even dancing. Why are they dancing? It is because they have to connect with audiences. Because if I can connect with the audiences, high chances are that they'll also listen to my brand. And on top of that, we have gone ahead and started something we call Songa Play. Songa Play, it is 11 months old, and Songa Play is like, call it YouTube. It is a hub or a home for audio. So we cut clips of shows, let's say Masawe, Patanisho, Kasheshe, depending on the brands that we have. then they are there, we post them there, so you can listen to radio on demand, but through the digital platform. You can see how we are trying to be digital. And since we launched it 11 months ago, it has had 56,000 downloads, and we have 110 million people who have interacted with the app. You can see where people are. And just as I pass over the mic, just to show the innovations, how radio has transitions because of the digital innovation, come early next year, we'll be relaunching one of the stations that will be 95% AI-driven. It will only have one presenter, and everything else will be AI. It will be XFM. I think I'll leave it at that point, at this particular point.
Thank you so much. Rosemary Nyaole Kowor is my name. I believe very strongly that storytelling is the oldest form of education. Technology simply amplifies its reach. As usual, I normally tell my students and put a lot of emphasis on developing a multimedia approach. I've been a lecturer here at Daystar University, so I'm engaged in media training as well as media mentoring here and across the globe. It's exciting being here.
Yeah, Dr. Rosemary is being humble. Before you clap for her, she holds a PhD in film technology, and she's also a senior lecturer. And she's coming back home to the station she built. She's a former patron of Shine FM. She's actually the patron who secured Shine FM's partnerships with Farm Radio and DW, so we really appreciate her. Yeah. And in the order of how they are seated, we've seen her in our TV screens. She covers some of the biggest stories in the country, from politics to crime. Kama ukipotea Nakuru, she's probably the first person who is going to report on you. Yeah. So she's a multimedia journalist at Royal Media Services. She reports for Citizen TV and also for Citizen Digital. So let's welcome, and I call her the fearless Marianne Nyambura.
Wow, thank you so much for that introduction. One thing that many of you might not know is that I am an alumnus of Daystar, having done my undergraduate here as well as postgraduate. And during my time at Daystar, I worked with Shine FM from May 2013. I was a fresher actually. So during orientation week, Dr. Rosemary Kowor was actually our patron at that time. Worked with Shine FM up until 2016. And in 2016, April, we were actually here for the handover ceremony. By that time, I was a news manager between the year 2015 to 2016. So Shine FM propelled me to this space that many would say, at the moment, I'm sure many would say, how is it, am I really sure that I'll get a job once I graduate? Let me promise you, this is a stepping stone already. The fact that you're working for Shine FM and involvement adds to that. Once you put that in your CV, it puts you out there, and so you're better placed to actually get a job. So this is just an encouragement to all of you that you keep doing what you're doing, and remember that integrity is what will get you to that particular level. So talking about audiovisual storytelling, we know that TV has basically been the one that showed how audiovisual storytelling is actually powerful in that sense. And so with technology, I believe that technology has really helped the media landscape, in the sense that I think 10 years ago, I was at Shine FM, and how we produced news, how we did our daily bulletins is quite different with what we're seeing now. Even for radio shows, I used to host a show known as Iceberg Show. And so things are now changing, and I think life would be boring if really we'd be at that particular spot. So technology has really helped us improve how the journalism field is in general. And audiovisual storytelling has also been a very integral part in terms of the radio sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marianne Nyambura. Now we have another Daystar legend seated right next to her. She set the standard for lifestyle media in Kenya. Yeah, she is the former editor of True Love magazine when it was popping. She's a distinguished Daystar alumna, and she currently serves as, when you want to go for government of Storoke, but she currently serves as the information secretary in the government. Let's welcome Ms. Judy Munyinyi.
Thank you very much. You've actually got a little bit more than I thought you would have. So that's a good investigation right there. Let me just clarify a few things. As you've heard, my name is Judy Munyinyi, and indeed, I did work for True Love. And you may be wondering, True Love and convergence of audio and video, I assure you, I do have some experience, because actually before I did True Love, before I went into print, I was on TV. I used to read news on KTN. I did business news, and I anchored the main bulletin, so I do have a lot of experience in the broadcasting side of things. And then I moved into print, and Pamela sitting there was actually one of my bosses. So if you see me behaving very well, it is because I am being looked at. I did not do involvement or Shine FM. Shine didn't exist in my time. But I will tell you what I did. Na ninataka makofi tafadhali. I was the first female chair of Daystar University Students Association.
Makofi kwake.
I'm born again. I love the Lord. I don't think we should leave Daystar. If we have a testimony and we don't say it, lazima turudie. Nampenda Yesu. I am those ones who are called heaven-bound, demon-chasing, tongue-speaking. Mimi ni hao. Nione nyuma ya tent kama unahitaji kuhubiriwa kidogo. Asante.
Yeah, makofi tafadhali. Now, next up is a man who bridges the gap between initiative and communication. It is someone I consider a big brother, someone who mentored me when he was a manager, station manager at Shine FM. He is a communication specialist at World Vision Kenya, but kitu hamjui, he is the founder of the Green Daystar initiative that transformed our Athi River campus. So let's give it up for Chris Waweru Avram.
Thank you so much. Those are very kind words. Ngati, it's good to see you. It's also a pleasure to see most of you. It's good to be back home. I call Daystar my roots because this is where I've grown. Yeah. As you've heard, my name is Waweru Chris Avram. I currently work as a communication specialist at World Vision International. I served in Shine at a very instrumental time. Most of you might not know, but we celebrated 20 years. Shine FM at 20 in 2022. And this was very pivotal because when we were turning 20, we were asking ourselves, how then do we turn a heritage radio station relevant to a generation that is visual first? Yes. We recognized at the time that the importance of celebrating history is evolving. So we had a team, and we embarked on the first thing that we did. Most of you are communication students. We started with a brand audit, yeah, and an audience research, just to understand our audience. Because if we are at all turning 20, we need to speak to people who will actually listen to us, right? And we did a research and realized most of our audience is between the ages of 17 to 29. And we had to understand, if you're between 17 to 29, what kind of content do you want to listen to? What do you want to watch? What kind of stories would interest you? And we named our persona Brayo, yeah? So once we did that, we made sure that we at least turned the tide to make sure that people are listening to the right content. Most of you have the gift packs. You'll see we changed our tagline to the home of urban and classic Christian hits. So that was really instrumental for us. So as we continue with the panel, we are going to delve deeper as to how we did an intersection of audio and video. And I'm going to challenge our leadership, our university leadership, because they're here. Because we laid so many plans, but we want to see them in fruition. To the young team that is here, she's mentioned that she's born again. I'll leave you with the Bible verse before we come back. 1 Timothy 4:12, let no one look down upon you because you are young, but set an example. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Avram. And last but not least, coming to Daystar. She is a student also in Daystar, but she is the voice that wakes up the Mulembe Nation. Yes, she hosts the breakfast show on Sule FM, and she's a powerful advocate for community storytelling, which is what we mostly do at Shine FM, and that is why she is part of this panel. She is proof that radio can change lives. So let's welcome Namboko mwenyewe, Miss Diana Makoha.
Thank you so much. It's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diana Makoha. Namboko is my radio name. I'm a radio journalist. This is my 15th year in radio, and recently just developed some interest in digital journalism also, trying to catch up with time and technology. I'm a student at Daystar taking TPC. This is my third year, second semester, and some unnecessary information. I could be the oldest undergrad student, maybe, because I'm 42. So what I will say is radio has really evolved from the normal audio to audiovisual. I remember the first time I went on air in 2009, fresh from college. I hold a diploma in journalism and mass communication from Eldoret Aviation Training Institute. And the first time I went on air, there's a radio in Webuye, somewhere in Bungoma County, by then Bungoma District. So I was to read briefs in the mid-morning show, and everything went blank. Jina ikapotea, everything went blank, and I really fumbled. So I was imagining if then in 2009 we were having the audiovisual, that will be very embarrassing. So what I will just like to say about audiovisual, about radio going from just audio to audiovisual, it creates that imagination, and it puts a face and a mood and some gestures on the voice, because we used to hear that, okay, we were taught that radio is bigger than television, because by then, without the visual, it used to give our listeners that room for imagination. Somebody will put a face on a voice and a facial expression and such. I would like also to something to talk about vernacular radio stations. Most of our generation, I'm a millennial, most of the current generation, the current storytellers, they do not really embrace vernacular. Nasikia tu lakini sijui kuongea. One thing I would like to tell you guys is vernacular radio stations have more, okay, they're bigger, because they give you that chance to connect with the community. They give you that chance to connect with culture, because I talk to people from back home. And apart from that, it's big because, one, when you know your vernacular, you can communicate well in your vernacular. You can communicate well in Kiswahili, let's say. You can communicate well in English and another language that, as Mr. Chebusire said here, you're big. I also write for the Citizen Digital. I used to write for the Nairobian. So you can imagine, I'm big on health stories. Maybe I'm interviewing a health expert or a doctor on radio. I'll translate that story to digital. I have how many stories? I have 2 stories. So for those ones who might not really, or who might have some negative thing about vernacular radio stations are big, and they sell you because you'll be able to communicate effectively in more than one medium. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, for those who've been under my leadership, you know I like my things very organized. So I'm going to steer this conversation in a very organized way, and then I'll let them have a parting shot as they answer the questions that will arise. But first, as Dr. Joe Ageo talked about the disruption, I want us to establish the hard reality first, okay? So I'm going to step back and we establish the hard reality first, that radio is now a visual business. Let's establish that reality first. So I'm going to start from the top. I'm going to start from the top with Mr. Francis Mureithi. You sit at the helm of Radio Africa Group, and you are also an executive council member at the Kenya Editors Guild. Now, Radio Africa, as you can all tell, it has been very aggressive with digital. So is visual radio, is it just a trend that is passing, or is a modern radio station actually dead if it doesn't have cameras inside the station? Kindly answer that for us. And also, that was just the survival question, because we need to know. But the real question, I have the money question, which I want to talk about likes and views. And I want you to help my fellow students to understand how will they turn that viral TikTok video into actual money and actual currency. Welcome.
Thank you. I think in actual sense, the traditional radio will always remain radio, because there are those people who, somebody will be cooking and he or she is listening to radio. Somebody will just be sleeping and is listening to radio and music. What has happened is that we have a new way of reaching more audiences through digital. Remember, content. Remember, the consumers of content will always be there. The consumers of stories will always be there. What is changing is the platform and medium of consumption. It is the same way, the food, people will always eat food. But probably people might decide, I'm no longer using this plate, I want to use a calabash. I don't want to eat from this hotel, I want to go to that hotel. But food will still remain food. So what it is for us, we still have the traditional radio. It is still there and it is still making money. But we are looking at how can you reach to more audiences and where audiences are, especially the younger generation. That is why, because they are on mobile. So first of all our content must be calibrated to be mobile first. If there are those videos, they must be mobile first. Even the way we shoot, even the way we do everything, because from the analytics, 80% of our audiences who use our digital platforms are on mobile. So it is just another layer of reaching audiences. I think when it comes to monetization, first of all, digital has brought a new revenue stream for radio stations. How? When you post viral content, and let me speak about YouTube because it is one of the best when it comes to monetization. You make money from the audiences, the reach. The more people you reach, automatic, and Google, and people like Meta, they don't even delay your money. They pay immediately if it is after 30 days. So if, let's say like Shine, what kind of content can Shine produce that will resonate well with people on digital platforms, especially visual, and it is attracting audiences? One of the challenges we have with TikTok is that TikTok does not monetize for media organization. These content creators, you'll find gifts, the individual content creators, but for media houses, we haven't, and TikTok is very clear, we engage them a lot. They say they don't monetize for media houses. But we are thinking of innovative way of us generating revenue on our own. If we build our TikTok followers, let's say if I post something, it will reach, let's say, 1 million people. I can create a commercial that it is paid for, and inside my normal posting, I'll also post it. Now I will charge the client whether TikTok gives me money or it doesn't give me money. Just as I wind up on that question, we have seen a trend of corporates going visual a lot when it comes to advertisement. And that is where even, let's say, a radio like Shine can come in. You blend your traditional way of doing things and modern way of doing things. Since many advertisers want visual, how can you blend radio to be visual and make money? For us, we came up with a brand, we call it, it's like a kasheshe. We created an animation. This animation, it is Maina and Kengangi just doing a banter. I don't know if those who are on our platforms, you might have seen, they do a banter. But you'll find that one of those banters online, they could be talking about a product. And that product, it is sponsored. Yes, we'll still do the journalism we do, but also you have to think, how can you transition some of these products into revenue generation? And that is one of it. So you have to think about innovation. You have to see which platforms will pay you just directly because you've posted content, and which platform do you need to create your own content or your own visuals that can bring money. And if I was to advise media houses today, they need to go back to the drawing board and come up with studios that create very informative, very creative visuals, and these visuals can attract advertisers. So it is a radio, you have a name, you have followers, you have a brand, then you leverage on that brand. I think, let me leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muredi. But just before we let you go, if I remember correctly, in 2023, you led a panel in the Kenya Editors Guild Convention for the adoption of AI. Now, I'm just asking, and also just for security for our audience, are we being replaced or are we being upgraded?
Thank you very much. I think yesterday, Batuan, I had a class. I was teaching some students from Philippines on adoption of artificial intelligence by newsrooms. And my message is very clear. You are likely to be replaced by a journalist who understands and who knows how to use AI. It is not AI that will replace you, but you will be replaced by a journalist or a media practitioner who is so skilled in the usage of AI. So just a summary of, like, personally, I champion adoption of AI a lot in our newsroom, and I do a lot of training fellow journalists and fellow editors on adapting AI. AI, when you go to do your authentic interviews on the ground, let's say you go wherever, let's say Kibra or a press conference like this, you do not need the notebook we used to use when we were starting journalism. You need to use an app like Otter, just your phone. It will record everything and it will transcribe everything. But I think Joe talked about human on the loop. You have to run through it and ensure that the content is original, because you're also listening. Then now you can use this authentic material information now to generate the content. And you can use, we're using a lot of AI to even give us insights. We're using AI a lot to give us ideas of the kind of stories we can pursue. When we go for interviews, you're using AI a lot to suggest even the things you're gonna ask that particular person. So, and we are using AI a lot even to check the legal threshold of stories before we publish. Because you just need to put the story there and you tell it, check the legal threshold. If I publish this story, am I likely to get in legal trouble? And it will show you, and it will even give you ideas on what you need to do. So from where I sit, AI is just a helper. It is just a tool, but journalists who will survive are those who know how to use it, and those who will be fast enough to know how best can they take advantage of artificial intelligence. One of the things that we don't allow, personally I don't advocate, you shouldn't use AI to generate content whereby you are not in charge of the original data. And this data, it could be a report, it could be a press conference, you can use it to organize that data. Then you run through it. But if that data is not originally yours, then you are likely to have hallucinations, misinformation, and disinformation. Yes, but AI is just making our work easier, expanding our territories. Instead of having many sub-editors sitting in office, why don't you have them go to the ground, get authentic investigations, and then use a small team that knows how to use AI to polish and clean copy that has come from the ground. I think that's how I look at it. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Now, moving to, still on the disruption, let me talk a little bit to Marianne, because you are on the other side of the coin. You live on screen mostly on Citizen TV, but you are a multimedia journalist. You also write for the web. So for a radio student who has, let's say, face for radio, who is afraid of the camera, do they still have a future in this industry, or is the door closing? And also, you cover serious stories, politics and crimes, very serious stories. Does the camera get in the way? Like, once the camera is there, is it harder for them to bring out those intimate stories as it is in radio? Thank you.
Okay. I'd say that there's no face for radio, there's no face for TV. What matters most is the content that you have and what content you can give to the audience. And so I think overall, in general, I feel like media houses are now embracing content, or what the confidence that that individual has, as opposed to quote unquote face for TV, face for radio. I mean, we all, for the ladies, we're all beautiful. For the men, they are all handsome. And so that does not matter anymore. I feel like media houses are now more into what you can give, as opposed to that pretty face, or, you know, that handsome looking guy. So I feel like that is what is happening. And then again, for the second question, I believe that at times, if I got your question right, because I was writing down what you were, the questions rather, looking at TV and radio, in this sense that for TV we're used to having cameras around, you know, and that way the content or that individual that you're trying to interview may not necessarily feel, or there may not really be any issue in terms of how they see or how they perceive what you're doing. So when it now comes to radio, I feel that most radio journalists can also embrace having cameras all around. So even for those who are you are interviewing, really, I think that they can also embrace the same. So if I got your question right, that's what I'd say.
Okay. And just to pick your brain before you go, what can these radio journalists, especially from Shine FM, what can they learn from you as a TV reporter when it comes to looking good on camera without losing that natural and conversational vibe?
First off, I'd say just focus on the content. Don't focus on the looks. Yeah, because again, the looks will just, it's just, by the way, I think it's also good to point out that how you look will also help those who are your audience, rather, to take you, whether they'll take you serious or not. Because if you just come dressed in, you know, tattered shoes or ragged jeans per se, and you're coming on screen, then definitely the audience will not take you serious. But as much as looks also matter, the most important bit is the content that you're putting out there as opposed to the looks. Yes, it plays a part, probably 5% of the overall content that you have and the output that the output of whatever you're doing, whether if it's for news, whether if it's for radio shows. But I think in general, just focus on the content first, then the looks will follow. There are days you just wake up and probably there's a breaking news story, and you just wake up and probably you are having a bad hair day on that day. So what will you do? You just go and do it. Whoever will comment, you'll find that the comments are there, yes, but maybe 1%, but the content is what matters. People look into the content as opposed to the dressing. Yes.
Thank you very much. She said once you start with the content and everything else will follow. It's like a quote we use mostly with Ernest over here, outgoing HR, that vitu zikienda vibaya, once you start walking, the way appears. Yeah, that's how we use it mostly, yeah. So thank you very much for that. That is the disruption. So let's move to the craft, okay? Marianne Nyambura and Mr. Muredi have just validated that visuals aren't just for entertainment. They're also for storytelling too. And our theme today is cultivating tomorrow's storytellers. So I want to come to Miss Judy Munyenyi because now I'm moving to the craft. I want us to discuss how to execute visual radio without losing quality. So, Judy, before your current position, I want you to take you back to the True Love days because from what I've seen, the True Love magazines and the magazines I used to find in the house, you know what quality looks like because I was literally attracted to the magazine. So when radio goes visual, it's often messy. There's cables everywhere, cameras, bottles on the table, wakunywa maji. So coming from the glossy world of magazines, how do we upgrade our studio aesthetic to match the message that you're trying to put across?
That's actually a very good question. I must say that I've not worked in radio in that way, especially in this new era of convergence, I have not. However, because I have done the glossy magazines and the shoots and so on and so forth, I think it is really just a matter of being tidy. It doesn't sound like it's a very complicated thing, but truly, if you, anytime when we're arranging shoots, photo shoots, you want to present people as beautifully as possible. That's what magazines are about. We want you to look your best. So it's just to make that little effort. Make sure that the cables are put away. It's not difficult. Tie them up with the zip ties and put them away. When it comes to the presentation of the journalists or of the presenters, I would say, and I actually want to pick on what we've talked about, that there's really no face for TV. And I guess there's really no face for radio either. Remember that everything about you communicates. Maybe the first thing to say is, it's not about you. In fact, when we started in media, when we were doing, because I've done TV and I've done print, the one thing that we were always told as journalists, it's not about you. You are not the story. So don't go into that booth making it about yourself. However, the principles that we picked from Daystar, and I don't know if you guys still learn it that way, but one of the communication principles is that everything about you communicates. And communication is not only what is said, but also what is heard. So you have to be careful to present yourself in a way that makes sense to your audience. Allow me to digress. Let me just give by way of example. When I was on TV, I decided I wanted dreadlocks. So I went and I locked my hair, and I was very happy with my look. This was a long time ago. Nowadays, locks are they're a thing, and we do sister locks, and it's acceptable. But that was a long time ago. And when I first went on air with my locks, my boss wanted to eat me. It was not acceptable because the audience that was going to be watching me was made up of a more conservative society. And if you remember what dreadlocks meant in those, just throw out a word. If I have dreadlocks, what am I doing? Thank you. I'm smoking what? Yeah. I'm on weed. That is not the impression you want to give. So when you come into the studio, be the representative of what you want to communicate, because everything about you is communicating. Do I have to have the latest designer threads? No. I just have to look neat. My locks were such a problem, so I had to start wearing wigs. And I think the wigs were more acceptable. So do whatever it is that you need to do to make sure that your message is not being disrupted by how you look. Glasses on the table, bottles on the table. When we were doing TV, it was just very practical. You have a little shelf, you've got your table that you're sitting on, and there's a little shelf under here. In fact, we used to have the shelf for our powder, and so, or you sit on it. But keep things out of sight. It's not a very difficult thing to achieve. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, so in the magazine world, it is the star that sells the issue. But now in radio, now that it's becoming visual, it means that every morning you might have to dress the part because now you're not just the voice. But now let's move to you as an information secretary in the country. With everyone now broadcasting on YouTube, are we edging towards a stricter or tighter regulation on what we can showcase in a studio?
Okay, so let me just actually correct that. Thank you for bringing it up. I am no longer the Secretary of Information. I left that position in May this year, and I am currently doing this. I am speaking and giving back to society, and I'm pivoting into that direction. But, and you cannot quote me because I don't speak for government anymore. And I think Christine there will probably be in a better position to speak for government. But what I will say is this. When I was the Secretary of Information, the one thing that I actually would like all of us to understand here is that the Ministry of ICT, which regulates this sector, the position at the time that I was there is that it is not in the interest of government to overregulate the sector. It is not. So within limits, you are allowed to get on with whatever it is you need to do. The only places where government will step in is if there's an issue of incitement or harassment, you know, that sort of thing. But that's quite clear also in the regulations when you're coming in to get your licenses and so on and so forth. But generally, and I know this sounds a bit different from what it is we say in media. In media, we love to use the words, and I was in media, so I know we love to use the words draconian and, you know, media freedoms and so on. But actually, the ministry tries to make sure that the industry is as vibrant and alive as possible. It does not help anybody to stifle the media at all. I hope that has answered without me going too far. Asante.
Thank you. So time is on our side, and I'm trying to squeeze as much information as I can from this panel because Dani kama mtawapata tena. So I'm going to move faster. I'll ask you to please be brief about it. Let's move to Ms. Diana at Sulu FM because you wake up the nation every morning, specifically the Mulembe Nation. Now, you broadcast in Bukusu most of the times. Does video help you connect with the grandmother in the village? Like once the video is there, does it connect to the common mwananchi?
I would say video is not necessarily for the grandmother because the grandmother is for the audio. So the visuals are for the younger generation who might not be listeners of radio. Actually, they are not. They are, yeah, but most of them they are not. So the visual is to help them connect. And maybe the short videos, as my colleagues here said, they help them at least have those catchy short reels and videos. It's for them, not for the people in the village.
Yeah, just to clarify on the question, does the video disconnect the common mwananchi from the radio?
Oh, disconnect.
Yeah, like does the local grandmother feel connected once this station starts doing audio-visual, or is it the same?
According to me, it doesn't really disconnect because we still have the audio, so they're still listening, so it doesn't really disconnect.
Okay. Yeah. Now, you've shared a personal story before, live. Yeah, she has a very deep and moving personal story, which is very encouraging. But such a personal story, would you have shared it? Does it make it easier when the cameras are there, or would you have just shared it on radio?
Which particular personal story is this?
I won't get into the exact personal story.
I don't think I would because I think that is social media.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for social media. So I don't think I will do that on radio.
So if the mic is, if the camera is there, you will feel vulnerable to tell such a personal story.
Something about me and maybe a few other journalists that I know. Most of them who write so well on the keyboard, when it comes to camera or a lot of people, they can't. So I would, yes, but not with details. I am detailed in writing, but not on camera.
Okay, thank you. Now, you do a vernacular, in a vernacular station. We have a vernacular show called Wakwitu. It's a Kamba show, a very beautiful show. Now, when it comes to the visuals, because you're talking about audio-visual, what appeals more? Is it dancing in the studio or showing the community issues when it comes to the visuals?
I think we have different audiences. There's that person who will love seeing, okay, the presenter may be dancing, and there is that one who will want to see what is happening in the community. But still, we're talking about radio, so this is happening real time. So these others maybe are not for radio, the community, whatever that you're talking about. So for the dancing, for the short clips, I think we can say somebody can watch them later, somebody who's not on air that time. Somebody can watch them later. So save for later, that is.
Okay, thank you very much. For the employers in the house, just so you know, my Shine FM members have over 30 features, audio features ready to air. So in case you're looking for feature stories, we have some. So let's move to Avram. You're a unique fusion. Just very quickly, when you look at talent today, you're the communication specialist at World Vision. When you look at the talent today, are you looking for a 4.0 GPA? Or are you looking for venye mtu amejituma, how good they are and how good they are on radio? What are you looking for?
I think that's a very interesting question. When you look at communications, it's really morphing, yeah? I'm seated with a very distinguished panel, and they'll tell you, for example, someone would have been proficient in print, so, you know, they'll work for the Standard, or proficient in, let's say, voicing scripting, so they work for radio. But nowadays, we're actually looking for people who do multimedia. Yeah, so we're looking for someone who can do videography, someone who can do photography, someone who can write, someone who can do the graphics aspect of it. So we're actually not looking at the papers. Where we are, honestly, papers are just a protocol. But we're looking at skills. What kind of skills do you bring to the table? That's one. Two, how versatile are you? Yeah, because now we realize as employers, and most people who are employers here will tell you, it's easier and cheaper to hire someone who brings everything than hiring different people. That's one. I wanted, with your permission, of course, I wanted to talk about visuals, because there's a question you asked about visuals and how, you know, we can make it lively for people, and, you know, what does audiovisual really mean? We are seated with a very young audience, and most of them would want to venture into podcasting, right? Yeah, so the first thing, maybe I can give a guide, because we actually did that at Shine FM. The first thing that you need to work on is your identity. When I say identity, does not mean you as the radio person, is the person who will listen to you. What is their persona? Yeah? What is their age? You know, and when you figure out their age, if it's 18 to 25, what are the topics that make sense to them? This will now inform the kind of content that you will create. And I'll give an example. The first audiovisual station in Kenya, does anyone have a clue which one it was? And not my panelists. From the audience, yeah? What is the first audiovisual station in Kenya? Yes, Mokabi. Oh, he says Kiss. Anyone else? Ernest? Power 254. Who else has a clue? Last, going last? I'll call you by name because I know most of you. Yeah? Radoli, Dr. Radoli, what is the first audio station in Kenya? First audiovisual station in Kenya? Audio visual. A mix of audio and visual. In Kenya, yeah? Audio visual. Which one is the first one? Capital FM. So we're all right in the Lord, but the right answer is Spice FM. Yes, so Spice was the first. And you'll realize Spice figured out their persona and identity. They realized there's a certain demographic of Kenyans who would like to listen to policy issues. Yeah, so how is the law made, for example? When the government decides to do something, how have they done it? So they bring experts on board. Once they figured out their identity, it even informed their branding. So you can see different color schemes can bring out the message that you'd want to convey. If you look at modern radio stations today, Kiss, for example, because I know most people maybe have watched content from Kiss or Homeboys, the color is white, it's bright, right? Color Spice is different. It's a bit more warm, engaging. So it informs your color scheme. Then once it informs your color scheme, you go to the kind of age set that I'm talking to. What is the music that they will listen to, right? So you move, nowadays luckily there are softwares that you can use to curate music for you. Simian, I think we use Simian at Shine, hopefully. And the last thing is the content that you now channel on that show or your podcast, you can use it to create short, relatable content that can now go into your social media. We've seen Mike Check podcast. My younger generation, probably you've interacted with the podcast, right? The Joyride podcast. You've seen what they do on their social media. They clip things that they feel are funny or relatable to you, and they put it on social media. What will that do to you? It will push you to go to their channel and watch the whole show. So if you're seated here, you'd like to venture into podcasting, and also to you, Ngati, I'm challenging you. Maybe think about that as Shine turns 25 years next year. Maybe this is a direction that you might consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the words of encouragement. Now, Daktari, I saved the last words for you. You are a scholar of visual culture, and are we teaching these students the right skills? Are we producing journalists, or are we accidentally training influencers? And also, from a film perspective, is visual radio, that is it actually good storytelling, or is it just lazy TV?
I will say that we are training all of the above, all that you listed, and proudly doing that. I'll repeat this statement and then I'll try to unpack it. That usually your listener or your audience will not buy what you say, but they will buy why you say it. And it is the visual that will help you to bring out the why. What exactly do I mean? I know students who've gone through my classes, projects, I always put emphasis on having a multimedia mindset when you do it. And you now understand better why it is so. So radio, over the years, we've always referred to radio as the theater of imagination. And remember that the audience we have at the moment, they want to go beyond. You know, most of the times they already have their own mental picture of what they think you're doing and who you are. But now when we incorporate the visuals, because technology has made it possible now to incorporate the visuals, and I know most of my students now, you'll now understand why I would insist that we create a blog, and in that blog, because yes, you've gone there doing your radio clips, you went out there and interviewed that farmer on the ground. And on that, your blog, or whether you have a Facebook page or you have, whatever you have, the social media aspect that you have, just having short clips of what happened on the ground. Because radio, we love it when we are speaking to people. It's about people. So yes, you've talked about it on your show, but if there's that where you provided, you're talking about this aspect, I can go there and see the picture, I can go there and get a video clip, it sends the message better home. And you'll gain even more listenership, because they'll take you more serious. Let's say, for example, if you're talking about flood that has just happened, disaster that has happened, and then there's the drone technology that was used to capture it from the aerial view. And somewhere, whether it's on your Facebook, the Facebook page, or it's on a blog, or it's on the website, they can be able to get that information. It gets pushed home better. So back to Daystar training. Daystar is one institution I'm very proud of, because I also went through Daystar. My first 2 degrees I did here. And why do I say I'm proud of Daystar? We love experimenting. You know, as we don't wait, like we talk about blog, we started training our students to do it before the media houses went digital. And I remember because for me, my students, I said, I can't be carrying a heavy bag that you give me your tapes. Create a blog, post your work there, share with me link to that blog. Then I'll go there and check what you have done. And I remember before the media houses adopted digital, so I remember some of my students hated me passionately for that. But later they came back and it was like, Madam, were you a prophetess? Because when we went for internship, we were offered to become now, create blogs for the media houses. And some of them ended up now pioneering even the digital arm of the media houses. So that's one reason I'm stuck here, because they allow us to experiment. You know, like already we're experimenting with AI. Even my students were doing projects. You know, we've already started experimenting our productions with AI, because Daystar provides that platform for us to be able to run ahead and experiment what is happening. So we are not just here, you know very well, you've gone through my classes. Even when we do radio drama, it's like, do you already have a handle on, and are you talking to people about what you're doing? So the visual aspect of it, get it out there, the audience get to know what you're doing, so that when they listen to you, they have a feel of the real thing that you do. Thank you so much. And I appreciate the people who are here. It was very intentional. I wanted to hear more from you, because I'm always here with the students. So that's the reason I really try not to talk much.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Round of applause. Yeah, we have run out of time, but the message today is clear. The medium might change, yes. Cameras may arrive, algorithms may be updated, but the story is king. The story remains king. That is why today's theme is cultivating tomorrow's storytellers. So to Mr. Mureithi, Daktari, Marianne, Judy, Avram, and Ms. Diana, thank you very much for your insights. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ngati, for that session. And now kindly allow me to invite Dr. Lydia Radoili to give the gift to our panelists. We will start with Mr. Wafula. Okay, let's go to Mr. Francis Mureithi. Let's clap his gift yake anapewa tafadhali. Thank you. And now to Miss Judy Munyinyi. Thank you so much. And now to Miss Marianne Nyambura. Okay, now to Dr. Rosemary Kowar. Mr. Chris Avram. And to the beautiful Miss Diana Umakoha. Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Arnold Wafula. Thank you so much, our panelists, for that session. It has been an amazing one. Asanteni sana. Now, allow me welcome. This is a special one. Thank you. Allow me welcome Ms. Christine Guku, who is the Assistant Director in charge of Training and Curriculum Development in the Media Council of Kenya. She is a seasoned journalist with more than 25 years of experience, a media communication trainer, and she has served as a journalism lecturer. Kindly allow me to welcome her. Sharon. Okay, karibu sana. Shenendele. Christine has worked as a journalist and an editor at KTN between the year She has worked as a journalist and an editor at KTN between the year 1991 and 2004. And in 2005, she left the newsroom to become the founding director of a local radio station, Boito FM, where she served until 2011. From there, she's going to tell us more because here I have a list of who she is. Kindly, a round of applause as she starts.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm shaking as I'm standing here. And I'm not shaking because I'm nervous. I'm shaking because this is home. I'm shaking because I don't think I have heard anyone. Professor Obonyo needs to be here. I don't think I have heard anyone talk about the roots of Shine FM. Shine FM started off, I will just tell you in a few sentences. Hi, Othello. Nice to see you. Shine FM started as something that was called DUCB, Daystar University College Broadcasting. It was in one of the rooms somewhere at the bottom of that block, the first block, when you get in the first block on the right. It was somewhere at the bottom there. That used to be a store. And then we as students, more than 30 years ago, decided we wanted to do our practice there as broadcast students. And so we converted it into a studio with very modest, I'll say, soundproofing. We had eggshells, egg trays on it. We had blankets on it. And by the way, we had beautiful sound. That's where I first came across a microphone, and I had myself on the other side. Where was the other side? It was cable radio, guys. You know, you guys don't get it, but it was cable radio. Cable radio because the sound cable ran from that block at that little room, all the way into what is a restaurant now. That was our dining hall. And we had big speakers. And here I was saying, good afternoon, my name is Christine Goku, and here is the news at 1. My friend, that was an achievement. You know, you don't get it, but you know, that was a real achievement. I'm telling you this story just so that I can show you where you start. It's not where you end. And it has actually, it creates for you the first step. It's like a big staircase. And then you go to the next step. You know who our sources were? The Vice Chancellor's office, the cateresses' office, the Dean of Students' office, the lecturers, fellow students. That was all the news that we did. By the way, even the guys over the fence never heard what we were saying. However, we were broadcasting. DUCB was it. It was happening. And I remember how the lecturers would be so excited. In fact, if we came with an interview from someone outside Daystar talking about Daystar, that would make news for almost a whole week. We cut a different soundbite every day, every single day. Othello will remember that because he was there with me, you know. Now, I'm sorry, I just told you how old I am, but it's okay. It's okay. So when I think about where we are and where Shine FM is going, I mean, I was super excited when Shine FM got their license. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my goodness, this thing that we started many, many years ago has now become a licensed radio station, broadcasting to a community outside of the fences and the walls of Daystar. That was like, the end of the world, you know? So today, I know I need to be speaking about future-proofing the media, empowering young communicators for responsibility and impact, and I'm very honored to actually be making this speech. So I'm going to now make the formal speech. The Vice Chancellor, Daystar University, faculty, Shine FM family, journalism students, trainers, and all lovers of great storytelling, good afternoon. I bring you greetings from the CEO of the Media Council of Kenya, Mr. David Omoyo Omoyo, who happened to be engaged in something else, and it just was difficult to marry the two diaries. And so he sent me to come and represent him. It gives us a lot of pleasure to be engaging in this kind of an event, this kind of ceremony of handing over, because we have a long-lasting partnership as the Media Council of Kenya with Daystar University. There are many things we have done together, and there are many more that we will continue to do together. If I start thinking about future-proofing media and thinking about the young minds and the young journalists that are in the room, I think of shaping yet another chapter of Kenya's radio. If I think about empowering you as a communicator for responsibility and impact, I think of Ephesians chapter 6 and verse 14. I think of the belt of truth. Journalism has accuracy and truth as a principle. So we are right in the middle in the Bible. I think of Proverbs chapter 3 and verse 37. Service to the people. So friends, as you do your broadcast, you are right in the middle of the Bible. You're actually undertaking what God expects of you. I decided I was going to do this as a PowerPoint presentation, just so that I don't bore you with having to stare at my face, and just so that it can be different from the speech which is read from a piece of paper. When I think about Shine FM, and this is where I tell all the students, get out your notebooks and write, because at the end of this, I give a quiz. Dr. Kowar knows me. Probably, Radoli, you will know me. Me, I give quizzes in the middle of nowhere. So there will be someone giving out full scalps at the end of this, so you better write notes. When I think about Shine FM, I think it has to have human stories first. I know we are saying digital first, mobile first, but I'm saying human first. Why? The listeners want to see people, not institutions. They want that human-centered storytelling. They want stories with a heart. Did I hear somebody saying, Christ in my heart, that's the difference? This is what we are talking about. Stories with a heart and relatable characters. I want to see people on that station, hear voices on that station that I can relate to. And for the journalism students, every story needs a human voice. And that human voice is not necessarily yours. it's not necessarily yours. It could be the voice of the subject. We need to think about the clarity and the context. Where are we? What are we talking about? What is our situation? But I'm not talking about you, the journalist. I'm talking about our community. Young audiences want simple, clear explainers. Tell me this happened, that happened, this is what it means for you, period. So that they make their decisions quickly. Break down all those complex issues. When you tell a story, you're simplifying it. I'm not sure this generation can identify with this, but when I was growing up, every story, no matter who told it, it started like this. Once upon a time, there lived da, 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 da. It was so standard. That means I could identify with whatever that was because it said there lived. I live. So I could identify with that right from the beginning. So we want to break down all these complex issues and say what it is that we want our audiences to understand. We want to empower you as communicators to answer the question, why does this matter to me? Look, in another class in different fora, I always ask the audience, why am I listening? So you must give me a value proposition for lending you my ears for those 2 minutes or that 3 minutes feature. There must be a value. If I just listen to it and then I walk away and I say, so what? You have failed. I need to know, why was I listening? Is it teaching me something? Is it informing me of something that I didn't know before? Is it asking me to take certain action? Why? Why am I listening to you? Or now that you want to go audio visual, why am I watching? Why must my eyes be on your screen as opposed to watching my tea as it boils and I just listen? You really must give the audience a value proposition. Shine FM can have this strength. Clarity with empathy. Remember in the previous slide I talked about the heart? And so that clarity and context, there must be a reason why we are doing this. And then I introduce you to something that I'm sure Dr. Kowor talked about, solution journalism. Solution journalism says that the audience want hope, not doom. So here we have a story of who killed who, another one who had an accident, someone else who is very sick. Hey, it's depressing. It's depressing. Give me hope. Is there something to live for tomorrow? Is there something that I can give to this world tomorrow? Point that out to me as audience. Highlight progress and fixers. Uplifting, constructive stories that give hope. By the way, don't forget to balance problems with solutions. You know, the world is not just full of woye, woye, woye. How can we? Oh, look, we can stop mourning and highlight potential opportunities so people can have hope. What are the possibilities that you see in those stories that you cover? Authenticity. Here we're talking about real voices, real faces, and natural language. When I say natural language, what do I mean? Natural language I'm talking about, talk about things that are familiar to us. Don't take us to the moon. We don't know what a spaceship looks like. We don't even know what the space center looks like. So keep me here on Earth. Let me understand the environment I am in, the community I am in, the values of my community, what it is that I can do with my community, with the strengths and the weaknesses that I have. How can we pull together for a better society? We can't live on woye. Friendly, relatable presenters. Here, I want to talk about something that was asked by the moderator for the last panel. He said, so what does it matter? You know, we are on TV and this, we are all that. And we are in radio. So you come in, your eyes are red because we don't know what you were doing yesterday. Instead of sleeping, maybe you are doing something else. Your eyes are really red, your hair looks unkempt. You know, you have all these tattered clothes. I stop listening to you because I'm watching you and trying to understand you. So I don't hear any important thing you say. Why? The first communication, which is visual, what I have seen, is overpowering the important message that you're bringing. I'll tell you this, and take this home. Take it even to the bank. You'll get profit for it. When you're on the media, it's about decency. It's about decency. You can dress how you want as soon as you leave the studio. And as long as you are out of public view on the media. But when you're in there, keep the standards. Be respectable. Be the kind of person who will say, hey, this guy is on radio. By the way, we really respect him. It has everything to do with how you look, how you carry yourself, and the language that comes out of your mouth. You will not believe me now because of your age and where you are. You think, oh, mama, this Mother, what is she telling us? And it's okay. But guess what? You're going to get to where I am, unfortunately. And as you grow, you begin to appreciate that decency. It means something. And let me talk about something else. I think I heard someone saying that it's about our culture. It's also about yourself as an individual. When you come looking like that, and everybody is thinking, what? Where did this one wake up from? We are not even thinking about you and your name. We are asking, whose son is this? Whose daughter is this? What name is being smudged? Your parents' name is being smudged. So represent in a respectable manner. Represent in a way where even your own mother will say, you know, that's my son who works at Shine FM, and feel very proud about it because you have represented her well. Oh, remember, you're also representing Daystar. By the way, we never forget and we never shelve that. We never archive the fact that you went to Daystar. If you're at Daystar and you're not representing Daystar out there, I still represent Daystar 30 years later. People still see me and say, I know, you went to Daystar. And you know, I have everything to say, yes, I did. Because I know I am okay. You know? I am okay. I am not ashaming Daystar. So think about how friendly you are and whether people can relate with you. Authenticity builds credibility and likability. If I can trust what you say, of course I will like you because then you give me credible, useful information. Sound and be human. Not scripted or rehearsed. I know many times we'll come to studio and we just want to read what is there. But put a little emotion in it. Take time with that script. Understand it, internalize it. Then you give it life. When you come and you just read a script, it is just that. You have read a script. You might as well have just posted it on Instagram and I'll just read it there and I'll be okay. But when you're there as the human face, internalize it and give it some humanness. Interactivity and engagement. You know, you have a responsibility to your audience to interact with them and to allow them to engage with the issues you are discussing, with the issues you are covering. These days is not the media of yesteryears where people would listen and go to respond by themselves or to themselves. These days they want to respond to you who is in the media now. So they want to interact with those stories. They want to be part of the story, but they also want to tell the story themselves. So give them an opportunity to give voice to that story as well. Those WhatsApp voice notes, the polls, the street sound bites, all of those are part of engagement. Don't only remain with the so-called influential class, the politicians, the lecturers. Talk to the students as well. Talk to the groundsmen. Talk to the cleaners. These people have a story. And they have a good story to tell. People can tell you where they came from, to where they are now, and where they aspire to go. That's a story. You know, the biggest stories I did when I was at KTN were not the ones about politicians. They were never. They were the stories about just your ordinary person. That ordinary person who makes chapati outside her door at Kibera and is able to put her child through university with money from that chapati. That's a story. It's an inspiring story. Because you can now ask her, how do you go about saving? How do you plan your money? How do you get your loans? How do you buy stock for tomorrow's chapati? That's a story people want to hear. That's a story. Community-driven storytelling, where the community is the story. For you students, remember, journalism is co-creation. Journalism is co-creation. You're saying you're content creators. This is what journalism is. Co-creation. What about speed and depth? Can you see how fast those guys are running? And they're trying to get the fast news out fast. All you need to do is have a very good hook. You may not be fast with the story, but you have a hook that captures the audience, not to go anywhere else. When Murithi was talking, I was telling myself, my goodness, this guy has a plan. He's going to hook all of us. And he's not going to hook us with just the ordinary things. He's going to look for the extraordinary. And he's going to put it on our platforms so that it pops up fast from his media house to my phone. And then I will not move because I'll be waiting for that story to develop from there. Do deliver the fast-paced, but the stories must be meaningful. You must really give me value from my eyes and my ears. So what is the Shine FM model? The gentleman who was speaking before, because he was part of Shine FM and he went down to do that brand audit and to look at who is it that we talk to, he can help you respond to this question because I don't have an answer. I would like to know what is the model that Shine FM is going to use in order to acquire or actualize speed and depth of the stories. When Wanyama was speaking here saying that he judges the annual Journalism Excellence Awards, some of the comments that I hear from them is, these stories are so shallow. What about this? Did they respond to this question? They left out this other detail. That's what we are talking about when we say depth. What about the personnel? You're young, you're vibrant, you're creative. We want to see that creativity in the story. Please don't go and... Shine FM, I beg you, if anybody carries a microphone and meets a guest and tells the guest, tell us about yourself. That's the laziest interviewer you can ever have. You know why? You give me an opportunity to say all the irrelevant things, which is not what you wanted for your audience. You get my point? The worst thing after that question, they don't even listen to what the person said, so they don't even have a follow-up question. You mentioned that you once were at Daystar. How about, you don't bother to listen. Anything interesting that the audience hears gets lost, just like that. Why? You want to go to the next question. So to our next question, we wanted to find out, so how did you get here? The person has just said something very important in the answer, but you didn't listen. So please listen. I teach interview skills, and the people I teach interview skills Chebusiri can tell you they excel in Ajaya because their interviews are different. Their content has substance. You don't just craft your 5 questions and say you must go through the 5 questions. You might ask just the first question and the story shifts from there and you never get to ask the other 4. Why? Because you got a bigger story from the first question. So you must always listen. You must always listen. By the way, that question about tell us about yourself is null and void. You need to have done that research. Tell us who this guy is and why you have brought him to talk to us as the audience. Don't tell us about yourself. So what? I'll tell you I didn't want to listen to that guy. So I'll switch off the radio, go on to listen to something else. You see what you have done to yourself? You've just lost a listener. And if there are 5 of them, you're doing badly. So, think about yourselves as the personnel. What is it that you're doing? And then think about the impact of the content that you put. The previous moderator talked about something and I wanted to respond from where I was sitting. But now I have an opportunity to respond. He said, the images, do people want to see people dancing in the studio or do they want to watch the people speaking and so on and so forth? Look, value proposition. Why are those people dancing? They went to studio to dance, to host a program and just dance because they have better dancing styles than us, the listeners. No, they don't. No, they don't. So please, make sure if people are dancing in the studio, it is relevant to what they are doing. There is a reason why they are dancing. Please don't invite a guest, put a song, and then tell the guest, now stand up, we dance. Look, you brought me there to come and talk to you about a certain important subject. Now you're telling me to dance? Come on. You've got to be really alert and sensitive to what it is, the content that's going out. There was a question about bottles and I don't know, water and what. Look, bottles, water, cups, it was a no-no. In fact, anytime anyone had a cup in studio, the cup was empty and it was for show. It had the the station's logo on the other side. It was actually a prop, like the way you can put a banner at the back. It had nothing. It had nothing. Picture this. So you are broadcasting a certain show, and because you want to advertise something, assume it's the water that's in front of you, so you bring that bottle there, and you start drinking it. We are seeing you and we are hearing you. Some of us have never drank bottled water because we can't afford, and we are your audience. And what are you doing to us? You have put that bottle there. Think. Value? Think. You also disenfranchise your audience. You know, you tell them, we are not in your class, as we drink bottled water. You get my point? Those were hard lessons that we learned. We would take off and go from here and go to Marsabit or Turkana to go and cover a story. And we are all that and a bag of chips. We are carrying bottled water, we have biscuits, you know, for survival, the whole shebang. Then you come out and you put your water here, and you're walking with a microphone to this person who is starving. You know, they're looking at you and they're thinking, you've come to show off to me? Those were very hard lessons. So we had to go back and redraw our strategy of how do we go to interview people. They must feel a part of you. So all that shebang and your show off, leave it. Come here human. Come here with consideration, with sympathy, empathy, and identification with them, so that they feel easy to talk to you. Sometimes you get really bad interviews because they are also trying to impress you, you know, to tell you things which are not necessarily true, because they think this is what you want to hear. But when you embed, then you get the real story with the real emotion in the correct context. That's very key. That's very important. So always think about the impact. At the end of a broadcast, when you're I don't know whether you closed the station. But at the end of the day, when you're doing a postmortem of the programs that ran yesterday or ran throughout the day, it's now evening, maybe 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Think about it. How many of our programs had impact? What was the message? What did we want our people to hear? Before you get bored. So what does this mean? Storytelling must be human. It must be hopeful. It must be clear and accurate. It means credible, interactive, and engaging storytelling. It means deeply connected to daily life. Not that other life we create in some bubble of people who live in Lavington and who ride in an Uber. The rest of the world doesn't do that. In fact, the rest of Kenya does not do that. It's just the few of you who are in this town. The rest, they don't. People walk home. People take matatu. You know? Shine FM, in my view, stands at a very opportune moment to set a strong, outstanding example for the media. This is where you are. You see, the rest of the media has already recognized you, your capabilities, your strengths, and how you excel. This is your moment to set the standards. And you have the best. You have the best. You have lecturers and teachers to come and actually teach you and show you how to do it well. You have young, creative minds who can generate content, which I would say is out of this world. I want to conclude by saying this. You can read the bullets for yourself. Me, I'll read what is inside the picture. Inspiring, uplifting, heartwarming, feel-good stories are wanted. If you don't remember anything else I have said today, please remember this one. This is the only slide I will tell you. Memorize it, put it in your mind, because you are the future of the craft of journalism. Tell stories that shine and inspire. You know that lady? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Christine. Manifesting. Yes. So we are going to our next session, and I'll call forth Dr. Radoli to come and gift our guest of honor.
Oh, getting a gift?
Yes, you are our guest of honor. So those are our gifts for the guest of honor.
By the way, Shine FM, I am a phone call away. I think everybody has my phone here. I am a phone call away. Just come in, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, I'll be ready. Brand is very important. Right, very good.
All right, thank you so much. So with that, we are now going to the interesting part of today. The part that we have been waiting for, I know. Yeah, so, Mr. Chebusiri. Okay, before Mr. Chebusiri comes, I'll call forth Ernest to come and gift the management under Shine FM. Like the leaders. All right, so we'll start in a few, and all right, so we're going to start with the management. We'll call forth the Associate Dean, Dr. Adoli. Ernest will be gifting Dr. Adoli.
Thank you so much. And now to Dr. Anne Anjao, and she will be gifted by Ernest. Let's clap. I know you're very tired, but just look at your left and you'll get the energy. You're right, yeah.
The next online is Miss Jane Morogi.
Woo! Karibu sana. Makofi tafadhali. Thank you.
And at this point, okay, Mr. Wanyama Chebusiri, come for your gift.
Come for your gift. Surprise.
The next gift will be taken by Dr. Adoli for Dr. Levi Obonyo. Oh, Professor, sorry. Professor Levi Obonyo.
Okay, Dr. Lydia Rodoli, just come back for Dr. Aswani's gift also. Okay.
Then we have a gift for our Vice Chancellor. It will be taken by Madam Damaris from Corporate Affairs. Tumpigie makofi jameni. Yes.
And now let's go to the awarding of the certificates, and I'll call our patron, Shine FM, that is Mr. Chibusiri, to award 1 year of service for the Shine FM members. Karibu sana. You're going to call the names and they'll come here one by one. Sasa tunapiga makofi mfululizo mpaka mwisho.
Na nitaenda haraka tafadhali, so tusonge haraka. Stephen Mudhiani.
Prudence Mudeu. Washera Ndichu. I'm going to take it for her.
Randy Morgan.
A copy.
Jefferson Batia.
Dido Halake.
Ernest Mudhiani. Dido Halake.
Sophia Weru, Leocadia Adhiambo, Sheila Ndunge, Conrad Wambua.
Sherry Lotieno. Zuhura Bilal. Tony Kivindio. Collines Muyeku. Zablon Obel. Emmanuel Mukabi. Towel Sianka. Tracy Kavai. Tracy Kavai.
Joy Madara. Tuendelee hivyo, tuendelee. I'm loving it. Yeah. Helga Mbodze. Kevin Gatti. Betty Lochaman. Lincoln Rukenya.
Warren Munene.
Warren.
Charles Caleb.
Charles Caleb Mumo.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chebusiri.
Asante sana.
And the next person to gift people is Avram. And we are going to the sector of creators of original programs at Shine FM. We'll start with Kevin Gatti. Kama unajua sports, Sports Shine FM ni Kevin Gatti. Kevin Gatti. Then tuko na Conrad's kickoff. Conrad Wambua.
Hapa. Next we have Stephen Mudhiani having the Wakuitu show.
Wakamba ndani ya building.
Watindata.
Ndio hiyo. Aya, next we have Nyalwal Josiah.
Josiah mwenyewe.
Waziri's kickoff.
We have Charles Momo bado kwa Wakuitu show.
Then we have Cheryl Otieno, Nature Unfiltered.
Madam
Watu wa environment.
And we have Prudence Mudheu pale kwa Wakuitu show.
All right, we'll go to the next phase. That's for professional growth. Professional growth, it's going to be gifted by Dr. Kowor. The first person is Nyalwal Josiah.
We have Sheila Ndunge, she's not around. We have Zablon Obel, he is not around. We have Prudence Mudheu, she is around.
Next, Kevin Gatti.
We have
Tracy Kavai. Tracy Kavai. Stephen Mudiani.
And last but not least, okay, we have Joy Madara. Na waona keki ya mpati, naona mmenyamaza. Hiyo keki ya mpati. Joy Madara. And we have Helga Mbodze.
All right.
Thank you so much.
And now we'll go to the special recognition for extraordinary commitment at Shine FM. The person gifting them is Dr. Ann Anjao. The first person is Kevin Gatti.
And then we have Ernest.
Ernest Mudini, sorry. And now, to the outgoing managers, Shine FM. So the person gifting, thank you, Dr. Ann. Thank you. The person gifting them is Dr. Radoli. We start it off with Cheryl Otieno, who was the news manager.
We have Dido Halake, who was the head of PR. We have Helga Bodze, who was the head of programming. We have Kevin Ngati, who was the former head of sports. We have Betty Lochairman, who is not around. She was the former head of production, right? And we have Ernest, who was the HR manager.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Adoli. Thank you, sir. Yeah. And before we get into involvement, I'll call forth Ernest to come and talk on behalf of Shine FM. All right, so we'll get into involvement newspaper. So we'll start with our patron, Mr. Kitula. He's not around. So Madam Jean will take the chance to gift the writers. We'll start with Joe Aura. Joe Aura, he's not around. Leroy, he's not around. Samuel Owino, he's not around. Karen Chelangat, tumpigie makofi. The next is Nafisa Najmi. Richard Omwago. Marita Joshua.
Janet Wambua.
She's not around. Tracy Kavai.
Esther Wangeshi.
Yes, she's around.
Esther Wangeshi. And we have Helga Mbodze.
All right, so thank you for that, Madam Jean. We'll now go to the outgoing editors, and I call forth our chief guest
to award
the editors. The first person is Dido Halake, who was our PR and marketing editor. Next is Faith Cuter. She's our graphics editor. We have Richard Omwago, who was our sports editor. Janet Wambua, she was our opinions editor. She's not around. Tracy Kavai, she was our news editor. Lincoln Rukenya, he is our photography editor, sorry. Nafisa Najmi, she is the Nairobi Bureau of Chief and the copy editor. Joshua Marita, he is the Jamvi editor. Jamvi, that's the Swahili editor. Yes. Yes. We have Esther Wangeshi, the features editor. Anthony Okumu, the assistant managing editor.
Okay, and now to Helga Mbodze. She was the managing director, the chief editor, and the online editor. Yes, you're done.
I need to get a copy of that involvement. It even has photos. You know, ours was a single page like this, of this page and this side. That's it. I need that one. And I even hear it has Kiswahili. Please, can somebody, where's the editor? Please make sure I go home with a copy. Thank you.
All right, now we are going to gift our management. And it's going to be gifted by Dido Halake. We'll start with Dr. Anne Anjao. Next is Madam Jean. Next is Madam Damaris from Corporate Affairs. Dr. Lydia Radoli. Then we have our patron, Mr. Sami Kitula. It will be taken by Dr. Anna Njau. Then we have Professor Levi Obonyo. Dr. Lydia Radoli will take it for him. And lastly, our Vice Chancellor will be taken by Madam Damaris. All right, thank you, Dido. So, for the Shine FM members, all those who got the 1-year service certificate, you'll kindly go to the studio for your gifts. So next, Ernest is going to speak on behalf of Shine FM.
Hello. Good afternoon. You seem so bored. Good afternoon. Adikeki wame unwrap so that you can get some psych. Professor, pardon. To our able VC, Professor Laba Nairo, in his absence. Our chief guest, Ms. Christine Nguku, the Daystar University Fraternity, my fellow students in Shine FM and involvement, good afternoon. My name is Ernest Mudhini. I'm the outgoing human resource manager at Shine FM, and I can say how a joy it is that I'm here together with each and every one of you. When I joined Shine FM, that was in the year 2022. I was a freshman, very shy. Never talked a lot, I was just there. But under the leadership of Waweru Chris Avram, I remember he called me aside and he told me, Ernest, you're not doing well, you're just quiet and you have joined Shine FM. It's a radio, you should be out there, you should be talking. And when he did that, I was like, oh, these people do take me seriously. So from that day, I decided I'm going to go heads on. So thank you very much, Waweru Chris Avram. And I've seen Victoria Mumanyi has gone. If there's one person who's very hardworking, and you need to see the fruit of our hard work, it's Victoria Mumanyi. When in 2023, I think that's when our social media pages were being formed. There was a time they were very dormant. Nothing was being there, nothing was being posted on the pages. It was very dormant until Victoria Mumanyi took the digital marketer. That was in 2023. And I can say that our social media pages, the way they skyrocketed, it was all because of her. So I love to thank her in her absentia. And to our chief guest, Ms. Christine Nguku, I love to thank you very, very much today. I want to echo the words of the previous event that we were having at Kenya Methodist University. I want to talk about today because I feel today everyone has been able to grasp what she said. But these are some of the lessons that I took from that event at KMO. I think it was on 7th July 2025. And I wrote some very 5 things that keep me going up to this date. And I love to share it with each and every one of you. And the first one was, fear is very good. It makes you take a step. Fear is very good. It makes you take a step. Now, when we were planning this Shine FM and Handover ceremony, we had that fear. What if it never succeeds? Together with Ngati. And Ngati mentioned up there, the thing that we love sharing the most, the quote. Once you start walking, a way will always appear. And I can say it was based on this quote that you gave us during that event, the Leadership Summit at KEMU. And you mentioned 5 things that will make you succeed, especially right now in your 20s, and right now when you're in university, transitioning to the next step. And the 5 things was commitment, focus, creativity, strategies, and research. Those are some of the things that I got from the previous event, that is JSAC, and they've been able to propel me up to date, and I hope that everyone will use it to our future. And I'd also love to thank the panel that we had over here. It was very, very insightful. The first panel on AI. I remember in 2023 when you and Innova Avram, that's the first time AI, it was the first event that I attended about AI, and 2 years later, we're still talking about AI. Meaning it's a very important thing that we need to grasp as journalists and to know how we are going to use it in the future. I don't have much to say other than to thank the people I was with in Shine FM. For the last 3 years, it was one of my best time in campus and as well as in life. I'm sure everyone, those who are previously in the previous regime in Shine FM, the team building trips, they went to Suswa, they went to Savo, they fostered a lot of unity. And I'll appreciate if Prudence, you go on planning the team building trips. They were very, very nice. And I can say they are able to culminate us together and to build something big and better. Thank you very much. My name is Ernest Mudhini. And to the next incoming team, all the best in this journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ernest. So with that, I'll say something small about Involvement newspaper as the outgoing, let me use outgoing for now, the outgoing editor-in-chief. And I'll say Involvement is a nice place to be. For all the writers, all the editors, I really appreciate you guys for being part of the team in whatever we did last year. And also, I want to thank the Corporate Affairs Department. They have been able to hold our hand and guide us, Madam Damaris and Madam Jean. I really appreciate that. Plus, since 2021, I brought back, myself, and the team at large, that's all the editors and the writers, we brought back the Involvement hard copy newspaper. It wasn't easy, but we managed, and we'll be producing another copy that will be coming out soon. Yes, that's all I can say, and thank you very much to everyone who has also been supporting us. So with that, I'm going to call over Dr. Ann Anjao to proceed with the transitioning of the incoming management team. Tumpigie makofi.
All right, we'll take a very short time to do this. I want to call out the names of the outgoing editors, but before that, let me say once again, thank you very, very much for a wonderful job that you have done. We truly appreciate, we honor your sacrifice for Daystar University, and we pray that the Lord will continue to bless you even wherever you step. Now, please, as I call you, just come out very quickly. Then you could stand over here in front, just on the ground. You don't need to come up. We have the outgoing team for Shine FM, Ernest Mudhini, HR, Helga Mbodze, Program Manager, Cheryl Otieno, News Manager, Kelvin Ngati, Sports Manager. Betty is not around. Allow me to also call the outgoing editors for Involvement. This would be, of course, Helga is there. Helga has served as the editor-in-chief, the managing editor, and the online editor. And then Naifua Najmi, you could also step forward. Nairobi Bureau of Chief, and also served as a copy editor. Tracy Kavai served as the news editor. Anthony Okumu, assistant managing editor. Dido Halake, the PR and marketing editor. Esther Wangeshi, features editor. Janet Wambua, opinions editor.
Richard Omwago, sports editor, Joshua Manita, Jamvi editor, and Lincoln Rukenya, photography editor. And now I want to invite Reverend Peter Morris to please come and bless these young ones. Send them off with a blessing. They have done well for Daystar University.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ann. And we want to appreciate our servicemen and women for what they have done for Daystar and for the community. And we are sending you out with the blessings of the Lord so that the Lord may be able to minister to you, to your needs, and give you more strength as you serve ahead and beyond. So let's pray. Gracious Almighty God, we just want to thank you. We thank you because of these who have been serving at Daystar University, Shine FM, and the Involvement Magazine. Lord, as they relinquish their roles, we pray that you may call them to another ministry. We pray that you may be able to use them mightily as Daystarians here locally and also beyond. And we pray that you may be able to bless their efforts. We pray that you may be able to walk with them and that you may be able to minister to their needs as you know them, according to your riches and glory through Christ Jesus. And so, dear Lord, we want to pray and send these beloved ones with your peace, with your mercies, with your grace. And Lord, may they be acceptable in whatever office they shall knock. And we pray, dear Lord, that you may be able to use them to encourage others to come and serve to the glory and to the honor of your holy name. We pray and ask for your grace and blessing upon the department they came from. And we pray and ask for your grace and blessing upon the Dean, School of Communication, and all the heads of departments. And especially, we pray for Dr. Ann as she steers forward this, the new team which is coming, that you may be able to use her mightily as well. And so we just want to thank you, to worship you, to honor you, and to glorify you. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray, believing and trusting. Amen. I want to say these words of Aaron as you leave, and perhaps you may receive them. Just receive them, all right? Numbers 6, verses 22. You receive the blessings this way. So you receive the blessings. Yeah, so you receive the blessings this way, the blessings of the Lord. And the Lord spake unto Moses, and the rest of the team, you are going to do what we call kuitikia. How do you say that in English? Yes. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto Aaron and to his sons, saying, on this wise you shall bless the children of Israel, saying unto them, the Lord bless thee and keep thee. The Lord bless thee and keep thee. I receive. The Lord bless thee and keep thee. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. May the Lord bless you bountifully. Amen.
Thank you, outgoing team. And now, very quickly, let me call the incoming team. All right, to the incoming team, let me this time start with involvement. So Helga, you don't go very far, come back. Editor-in-Chief, Assistant Managing Editor, Naifua Najmi, Nairobi Bureau Online Editor, Dido Halake, the Managing Editor, Tracy Kavai, Copy Editor, News Editor, Karen Chelangat, Features Jamvi Editor, Giant Ombua, Opinions Editor, Sandra Kipkorir, PR and Marketing Editor, Ted Otieno, Sports Editor,
Lincoln Rukenya, photography editor, and also Faith Cuta. All right. And the new managers for Shine FM, Kelvin Ngati, I always call him son of radio, station manager, Prudence Stephen, HR, Zuhura Bilal, programming manager, Tracy Kavai, news manager, Stephen Mudhiani, production manager, and Conrad Wambua, sports manager. Allow me to invite the Reverend once again to now commission you to start your job officially today. And maybe when he's done, I want to invite the outgoing ones to also come and just you know, greet each other, hug each other, whatever, just to pass the baton from one to another. So thank you very much.
Thank you. To the new team, I want to rehearse the words of the Lord in Judges chapter 6. And we know this story all well about Gideon. And the Lord calls him to deliver the Israelites from the Midianites. And Gideon feels very insufficient. But God equips him. And as he spoke this morning about Joshua and his calling and his ministry, these are the words which I want to give to you, the new team. And the Lord looked upon him, that is Gideon, and said, Go in this thy might, and you shall save Israel from the hand of the Midianites. For have I not sent you? And Gideon felt somewhat insufficient. And God told him, I will surely be with you. So those are the words I want to give to the new team. The Lord is with you. The Lord is going to be with you. So go in this thy might, each and every single of you, and serve at Shine FM and the Involvement Magazine. And may you take Daystar to the new levels of 2026 and beyond because of what God is going to do through you and in you. And so with those few words, I commission you all into the new ministry in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Let's pray. And perhaps we can stand, the congregation, and I pray that you spread your hands towards them as we pray for them. A gracious, almighty Lord, we want to thank you because of the new team which is coming to serve you at Shine FM and in the Involvement Magazine. You know each and every one of them by name. And we commit them before you because it is you who has called them, who has chosen them. They are not here by accident. They are here by your own divine design. And so, dear Lord, we want to pray for these ones, that you may be able to walk with them, that you may be able to prepare them mentally. You may prepare them physically, spiritually, emotionally, for the duty that you're giving to them. And we pray that through them, Shine FM, Involvement Magazine, and the entirety of Daystar University is going to shine for you, Lord, because you are able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or even think, according to the power of God that works in us. And so, dear God, I want to call upon the blood of Jesus Christ to be able to, I speak it, to be able to be their peace, to be their prosperity, in the name of Jesus. May you remove all the obstacles or the sanctions, anything. And I pray that, dear Lord, at the end of the day, your name may be glorified through their service. And so I pray for them who might feel inadequate, that you may be able to qualify them, that you may be able to make them strong, that you may be able to strengthen them in the inner man, and that you may be able to embolden them for the duty that you are calling them unto. And I pray for their supervisors, that you may be able to use them mightily as they mold them, as they mentor them into this service. And I pray that, dear Lord, you may be able to walk with them and that they may find gladness and satisfaction in the job they are doing, in the responsibilities they are taking. And And we pray, dear Lord, at the end of the day, that your name may be made more famous at Daystar University. And so we want to thank you, we want to bless you, we want to honor you, and ask for your grace and blessing upon their life, upon their families, and upon their service. In the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, we do pray, believing and trusting. Amen. Amen.
All right, so we are going to round it up, and before the cake cutting, which is going to be led by Madam Jean, I call forth Madam Damaris to come and give us the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. Allow me, as we come to the end of today's handing over, which I was telling Jean yesterday that it has come too soon because we like to see handing overs between March and April. But I think this is the team that really leads the pack as we do that. And first and foremost, just to appreciate the School of Communication. For the great, yes, come on, just do it. So Dr. Adoli, the Associate Dean, please convey our gratitude to the Dean and the entire leadership of the School of Communication, Shine FM, and MFS HOD, Dr. Anna Chao, the previous HOD, Dr. Rosemary Kowor, Print, Mr. Nathan Masambu, you've been there very, very strong, and all the other faculty in the School of Communication, the various departments, including those who teach strategic and organizational communication tending towards PR, writing, for the great mentorship that we are noticing and seeing today. Looking at the content of that program, from the topics, the speakers who've been, brought before us, and the engagements, all the way to the panel discussions, it was very rich. And that tells us what is really going on in the classroom and what is coming out, and that we're actually preparing graduates who are ready to take their spaces in the media industry and beyond. And so we are not surprised to see Avram and what you're doing. I remember you when you were in that space within Shine FM and see where we are. Secondly is to appreciate the editorial teams, especially the outgoing, which is now leaving that space. The young lady, Helga, I must congratulate you, and within the space of involvement, and also Shine FM on the other side. I have particularly worked very closely with Helga and her team through the desk of Jean Murungi, who is the desk officer for involvement, and say thank you for bringing back the print edition of involvement. And just appreciate that. And I've seen your passion, your drive, and the energy you gave it for the editions that we were able to take forward. Jean, thank you so much for the hard work that you've given the team and inspired them to bring back involvement from online only to the print edition that you can touch. And we are able to see it on shelves and in every other space that is open out there. So thank you so much. I know we discussed how to make it better, and that those plans are in the offing. And as the new team comes in, we must sustain involvement in print. And number 2, bring the online edition back under one roof of the university website. Are we committed to that? We have that. So I want to, as I give this vote of thanks, to invite one person that you really need to put your faces to, because I want you to engage with them outside of once we conclude and make sure that we take forward those. If the webmaster is in the room, I invited him personally to make sure that those discussions don't remain with the outgoing team, but that the incoming team is able to see a real person that we are going to engage to make sure that our content is sitting under one university domain. Briva Hamisi Aligula is your age, so kindly come up so that you can be seen and you can be touched after this. This is Briva. I'm putting him on the spot to say that involvement come back to the university website. And that Shine FM, I hope you are back with your streaming services. Are you? Shine FM, are you streaming? Not yet. Not yet. I know he knows the problem. And so the new station manager, where are you? Kindly, this is where you get it done. So let us make sure that all our media products are up and running and available, not just to the few in a room like this or within the walls of Daystar, but to the outer community, you know, that we may never engage with unless we are online. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Secondly, or thirdly, I want to appreciate the teams for putting such a great program together, and your faculty for supporting you, and looking forward to the next coming year as we work together to make this better. Associate Dean, again, I pray, I was whispering to Nathan Masambu that we cannot see TV in its sense, and I know Dr. Kowor, you are very passionate about that. So can we have television having a team of its own as we enter the new season? Can we have digital media that support and now bring all the traditional media to the common space? Can we see them also having their space to play in the season that is ahead of us? We're looking forward to that, and we hope that it will be taken. Finally, involvement is always felt like they are the preferential kid because they have preferential treatment. They run with a budget. Is that true? That is a perception. So again, challenge to the school. Yes, I know we hold their hand. They have their budget running under corporate, and we are able to facilitate things. But can we bring the hub together under one budget so that operations are felt across the board without favoritism, isn't it? Why? Because God shows no partiality. So we do not want to show partiality. And we want every team to be as strong as it can be. With that, allow me to invite Jean Morongi to kindly come and invite the team that is now cutting the cake. All the best and a Merry Christmas as you get home, and looking forward to great content that is coming. By the way, you've set the pace. I have 3 schools now launching their own publications, and they are already with the webmaster. School of Law, School of Education, and LPA, your former LPA in School of Communication. They are coming strong. So we can only get better.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Damaris. And before we go to cutting the cake, let me begin by congratulating the new team, the Shine and the Involvement team. And as corporate affairs, I want to promise support. We shall walk the journey with you. We will support you. Our offices are open. Please come and talk with us, and we shall walk this journey together. And for the outgoing team, I thank you. I congratulate you for the good job that you have done. I must say that we have worked very closely and very well with the Bonset team in involvement. And of course, we relate very well with the Shine team. And therefore, congratulations for the good job that you have done this past year. And please hold the hand of the incoming team so that they can also excel. And now, to the cake. I am not going to make any speech around the cake, but I'm just going to invite the people to help us cut the cake. And, well, is our guest still in the house? Oh, she has left. Okay, then we shall. So, the first person to call up here is the Associate Dean, Dr. Adori. I call her the radio girl. Please come up. Okay. We also want to call the HOD, MFS. Please come up. Okay, the teams that, yeah, they have. Okay, Chepsiri, please come up. The hub leaders, and yeah, and then can we have the outgoing involvement managing editor up, and the station manager, Shine, is it? And the incoming of the same, the two teams. Okay? Yeah, I think we can work with that. So. Onto the knife. Sasa, unagaso. Cut a cake. All right. Give me a second. He is fit somewhere so that. Where are you going away? Yeah. So, please put your hand here. Okay. Kata keki tukule sasa. Kata keki
tukule sasa.
Kata keki. Kata keki.
Kata keki tukule sasa.
Thank you so much. We shall all the Shine. Kata. Kata keki kata. Hapo sasa. Wonderful. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you so much. We shall help you from there. And I think let's first of all finish, and then we will cut and distribute the cake. And I'm going to ask the outgoing team, Involvement and Shine, to help us serve the cake. Okay? Yeah, so let's finish first. The prayer, okay. And announcements.